Hi, I'm Edwin Diaz. Welcome to the course. Now, before we go on and start the course, there are a couple things that I need to tell you. First of all, here are some of the things that we are using in this course. We are using XAMPP, WAMP, or MAMP. Any of these local environments should work for the course. As long as you can run PHP and MySQL, we're good to go. Now, I'm going to be using Sublime as a co-editor, but you can use any co-editor you want. Now, there are a couple things that you should know before you start the course. You should know some basic PHP and MySQL. And I think I wrote this very clearly in the description of the course. If you don't, please understand that you won't be able to follow the course and understand it 100%. You will be able to code with me and follow every line, but you won't be able to understand it 100%. Just keep that in mind, okay? Now, here's some tips and what I expect from you in the course. I expect you to write code. This course here is meant for you to learn, and the best way to learn is writing the code. Now, when you get stuck, I want you to try your best before you ask a question in the course. I want you to get stuck for an hour, 2 days is okay. Don't worry, you'll get through it and you're gonna become a lot better than what you are right now. But if you need help immediately, I want you to come and tell me about it or post the question in the discussion. Okay? But after you have tried enough. Now, I want to thank you for taking the time for investing in this course. I'm here when you need me. And if I don't deserve 5 stars, let me improve the course and let me know before you give me any ratings. Again, thank you so much for joining me, and let's have some fun in the course and let's learn some really cool stuff.
All right, welcome back, my dear student. On this lecture here, we are going to start working with the files. All right, I got some files that I want you to download. So go ahead and download it from this lecture. It's going to be called student-files.zip. Download it, unzip it, and then on your htdocs, I want you to create a folder called login. And then inside this folder, we are going to be placing whatever I'm giving you on this lecture, whatever files I'm giving you, right here. All right, so we're going to paste it in there. And now we have this content. Now, if you go to your localhost, all right, I'm going to show you right now, but if you go to your localhost /login, you should have something like this. All right. Now, basically what I did here is super simple. All right. I gave you a bunch of templates that we're going to be using for the course. We are also using Bootstrap, which is, for those of you that don't know, and you should know by now, but if you don't know, Bootstrap is a framework for HTML and CSS that has a whole bunch of predefined classes, big files with a lot of styles that we can use. We can use those classes to make our application a lot better, like you're seeing right now. This is all Bootstrap. All right, I have not coded any CSS here. So if you minimize it, you should have some functionality like this. This is JavaScript, but this is Bootstrap doing this for us. All right, so let me give you an introduction to those files real quick. So right now we have a whole bunch of templates that I created for our course. And then we have in the CSS folder, we have our Bootstrap and some empty style sheet. But this is the main file that's creating all the styles there. And we have a JS folder with some Bootstrap.js also, with some JavaScript that Bootstrap uses to make some really cool functionalities. And of course, we downloaded jQuery because we're going to be using that framework as well for JavaScript, for writing JavaScript in an easier way. And we got some empty scripts.js. All right, so that's it. All right, you shouldn't be dealing with any HTML, CSS, because this is a course for login and registration. All right, we don't want to deal with any of that. So make sure that you have these files working in your local host, in your server, basically, in your local environment. And on the next lecture, we are going to work some more with these files so that way we can get to the fun part. All right, thank you so much, and I'll see you in the next lecture. All right, welcome back, my dear student. So on this lecture, we are going to be reusing some of our HTML by doing some inclusion with PHP. So let's go ahead and start doing that. All right. So let's open our editor and drop all the contents of your login in there. I'm using Sublime right now, but you can use any editor. And if you don't have an editor that looks like this and you want to use something very similar to this, but you don't want to pay like, I don't know, $79 or $100 for this editor, you can try the free version of Sublime for like 30 days, or you can download Brackets, which is very similar. All right. And you can find out about Brackets, of course, if you do a little Google search, Brackets editor, HTML editor, and you can download it. But anyway, so now we can see here, if we go to those files, all right, and I have the whole folder open here. What I did was I dragged it into the sidebar here of my Sublime, and of course it will give me all the files. But anyway, we can see that we have a lot of HTML, especially on the head and the footer, right? Let's take care of that, right? We don't want to deal with that. Let's actually create a folder, and let's call this folder includes. All right, and for those of you that have taken courses from me, basically you know what we're going to be doing here. All right, so I'm going to create a file called header.php. We'll want the header here, and of course we'll also want another file that would be the footer.php. all right, let's go to index, and index has everything we need. All right, I'm going to take everything from the body to the header. All right, and we're gonna do some inclusion here, so I'm gonna say include header. Actually, we are in a folder called includes, and then header.php. all right, so that way we don't forget. And what else? Actually, as a matter of fact, we should take all this to the footer as well. All right, and drop this in there. Let's go back to index and see. We can also take that container. We're not gonna be putting anything. We have this navigation as well here. Let's do a navigation too. So let's go and say new file, and let's call this nav.php. Right inside includes, okay? And let's go to index, and let's just take the whole navigation out of there. And you know what? I was thinking we could put this in the header right here. All right. So let's put this in nav first. Let's just paste that navigation in there, nav.php, and let's see what we can do with it. All right. Let's go back to index here. We have this container, and we should put this container HTML tag inside the header right here, because this is the beginning, right, of our template. This div container, we have the opening, and on the footer we should have the closing one like this. All right, so make sure you have that. And now this should be our index. All right, now we could, if we wanted to, go on the header and put the navigation right here, because that's where it goes. So we could say PHP include navigation if we wanted to, right? But I think it would make it very clear if we put it right here. That way, if we don't want the navigation in one of our files, we can delete it, all right? Because everybody is going to have something like this. So let's just include it right here in index. Include, and then we'll say includes here nav.php. And this is a jumbotron here. That's fine. Let's do the footer, and let's just copy this whole thing, and let's just say footer. Now we can go to that and check it out. Okay, it's working. It's the same thing. All right, so we got everything working here. Make sure that you save all your files. All right, so now we have this. Now all we got to do in every file is basically the same thing. Just take all of them off, all right, and use that. All right, this one doesn't even have anything, as we can just say activate. Make sure that this is the activate page, but basically we can now do this. Let's go to activate real quick, take all that out, and then the footer, right? like this. But anyway, admin, think admin, they're all the same. You can do that to every page, and that's what I'm going to do. And you're not gonna see me doing that because I expect you to do it. But let me show you a different page here. This one here is code.php. All right. Now, this is a little different. Don't get scared. All right. Code.php doesn't have a navigation. So let me show you. Code.php doesn't have a navigation. We want it empty like this because we don't want to distract the user from entering their code here. All right. So what we got to do is take all this off, of course, and let's just move it here so that way we can work with it. All right. And it doesn't have a navigation, so we're going to include the header. And all the way in the bottom here, let's see where that container, where this div or class finishes. All right. And we take these three down here and we put the footer in there. All right. Let's go and check it out real quick. All right. Still works. You can check your page source just to make sure, but it works. All right. Let me see what other page is different. Recover is a little different as well. We don't have a navigation here. All right. So you're gonna do basically the same thing with it with, let's grab the header, with code.php on recover. All right. So you take this container out, get the footer from here, this little last three tags, put the footer in there. All right. Register should have a navigation. All right. So let's go to container, take everything out. Let's change this to header. All right. Take these last three out, paste it in there. That's the footer. And this one did have navigation, right? So the register, they have a navigation. We need to put the navigation in here. So this would be nav, like this. Make sure that it is working. Registration, register.php. There we go. So this one, they have a navigation. All right. All right. What else? Reset. Reset doesn't have any navigation. So we'll just paste the header. Go all the way down. Take the last three out again. Footer. Make sure you check all these pages, all right? And this one, they have a navigation. So let's take everything out from here. Header. This is the last three. Footer. Navigation. Nav. Let's check out admin real quick. Make sure that it is correct. Admin.php. All right, admin is good. If we go to page source, we can see that we do have that last container piece. We have this on top, and we do have the navigation included. All right. So make sure that you work on that. If I miss any of these files, make sure that you don't. So go to each of this, make it so that way you are including navigation header on some of them, and on some of them the sidebar as well, the footer as well, footer, header, and navigation. All right, login. All right, this would be the header. Oops, I think this one had a navigations. If you see me make a mistake, don't follow me. All right, and all the way down, we'll put the footer in here. All right. If I miss any of them, I will correct it, but you won't be able to see me. Okay, just make sure that you have what you need on all of them. If you don't have a navigation, don't put it there, even if I did. All right, so we should be good with our files. Our inclusions are in place. All right, on the next lectures, we're gonna start working with I believe now with the initializing our files and our PHP files. All right. Thank you so much, and I'll see you in the next lectures. Welcome back, my dear student. So in this lecture, we are going to be initializing some PHP files. Well, we are going to be creating the foundation for initializing them. So now this can be set up in many different ways. And I have, if you've been in other courses from me, you see me changing it from course to course. All right. I changed the file structure just to show you different ways of doing it for my students. All right. I just wanted to show you that it could be done in different ways, and you're welcome to do it your way. And on this course, I'm going to do it a little bit different from my other courses. All right. So instead of putting the functions.php right here in the root directory, we can just go ahead and create a folder, and we can call it functions. All right. Just to keep things a little bit more organized. All right. And inside this here, then we can start creating our PHP files. I'm going to create the first file is going to be init.php, and this is the file that is going to have everything that's going to be included in the header. All right, to initialize everything in our application. Another file that we are going to be creating here is functions.php. This is going to be our regular functions. I'm just going to open it with a PHP tag here. And I think I did that for init. No, I did not. Just going to open it up. There we go. What else? Then we need maybe Ajax functions. All right, so let's create that real quick. New file, Ajax underscore functions.php. All right, I think we're going to be using a little bit of Ajax in this course. All right. All right. So we got these three files here. All right. And in init, all right, we are going to, right in the bottom here, we're going to include functions. All right. So let's include functions.php. All right. Another thing that we want to do here would be to include our database connection. So let's make a file for that as well. db php. All right, just to make it simple. All right, inside init, right above, we are including that as well. init.php. All right, and then we also want to, this Ajax function, we'll leave it like that for now. All right. All right. All right. So that's it for now. And the reason why I'm leaving this like this, actually, as a matter of fact, let's just put it up here. That's fine. In this init.php, we can set up constants for our path. We can do a lot of things in this init, because this would be the file that will be included in every other page out there. And right now, let's actually set it up. So let's go to includes, and in the header right here, let's include it. All right, let's say include, and you can do require once, whatever you want. All right, and we'll do init. Actually, it is in a folder called functions, and is in a file called init.php. All right, and let's test it real quick. Let's go to init, and let's just echo something here. Echo it works. Let's see if we don't get any problems, right? Let's refresh. Oops. Oh, you know what? Init on line 3. Sorry, guys. Init. Actually, I'm sorry guys, I did init right here. We already have init. It's functions and then our database. I don't know what in the world I was thinking. DB, there we go. Oops. So if you get an error like that, you know what it is now, right? Refresh, and now it says it works right here. All right, and of course we got to open our PHP tags right here. All right, I was probably doing it in my head and not on the text editor. But anyway, thank you so much for watching. On the next lecture, we're going to start working with the database. All right, take care, and I'll see you then. All right, welcome back, my dear student. So on the last couple lectures, we set up our files, downloaded some resources, and I mean, we are ready to go to start working with the database. But now, let's actually create a database. We don't even have one, right? So let's go ahead and start doing that real quick. And you know, for those of you that know me from other courses, you know that I wasn't feeling 100% on the last lectures. It's because I didn't have my coffee, but now I do, so I'm good to go. So let's go to localhost, right? /phpadmin, my admin, of course, right there. And then here we're gonna create a database. All right. So let's call this database login _ db. I think I already have one. No, I don't have one. Create. Beautiful. All right. So now inside here, we got to create some tables. All right. First is going to be the users table, and let's just create the users tables for now. As a matter of fact, I think that's the only one we got to create because this is a login application. All right. But anyway, if we need another table in the future, we'll add it. We'll add that table if I extend the course. But anyway, let's just click go. Let's add an ID with an index of primary. Click OK on that. Make sure you select this A_I, which is auto increment. So that way the ID keeps getting incremented every time we add a new record. All right. What else do we need to know from the user? How about first name? How about last name? That's good to know when you do a registration. How about username? And we can add more, but let's actually set this up right now. 11 varchar 255. I like to do 255. Make it varchar username 255, just to make it easy for everybody. All right. All right. I'm gonna add. We need a password and some more columns. So let's just add 3 more, I believe. So we got username. How about password? How about active? Actually, let's do confirm. Let's do validation. Validation _ code. And let's do active here. All right, hopefully I'm not forgetting anything else. All right, so password, we're gonna make this a text. Validation code could be a text as well. That's fine. And active, we'll make this tiny int, which is a data type, which is like, it only takes 2 values, 1 and 0. I'm gonna set it up to be defined as 0. All right, and we're gonna use it to detect if the user is active. All right, so I think we're good. Let's double check this real quick. Password text, we don't need to put anything there because that has all the characters we can put in there. It would take any characters, any amount. Validation code, okay. All right, good. Let's just save it. Perfect. So now let's check our connection to the database real quick. Right here in DB, let's actually create a variable called con, and let's do my SQLite connect. Let's just say localhost because that is the default name for the host when you first installed XAMPP, MAMP, or WAMP, whatever local environment software you're using. The username is root by default, password is empty, and our database name, which I believe was login _ db. All right, perfect. So we have our connection. What else? Let's go to our init and let's see if it works. Let's do it right here. Let's say if con is available, which this variable right here will bring a positive or negative or a true or false response. So right now we're testing if. That means if it's true, if con is true or false, we're gonna echo something, right? Right now, if it's true, we can say yes, it's connected. Yay! All right. So let's go to it. Localhost login. Yes, it's connected. So we are good to go. Our database is connected, it's created, our table is created. And if we need anything else, we'll actually make it happen on the next lecture. But we're good to go right now. Take care, and I'll see you in the next lectures. All right, welcome back, my dear student. So hopefully you took my advice from the past lectures. And when I told you that this is not a beginner's course, all right? And if I didn't say that, now I'm saying it. This is not a beginner's for PHP course. So if you don't know basic PHP, you're going to get lost. Let me just remind you that, all right? I'm not holding you too much by the hand on this course like I do in my other beginners courses, right? Because I'm assuming that you already know this stuff, just to be clear. So anyway, on the last lecture, we connected to the database. We make sure that everything was working. Let's take that out of there. Right here inside init.php, we are going to be initializing some other stuff. So right now we're going to be initializing ob _start. This is a predefined function that will turn on output buffering. We're gonna use this for redirection. We are also going to start our session here because we want this to be available in all our application. All right, so we're gonna start it in init.php just to make sure that we have this. All right. So if you don't have it, make sure that you do it now. Now we're going to start working with some, making our life a little bit easier when we do functions, database functions and stuff like that. So if we go to our DB right here, all right, we can actually have some of these functions here put in db.php if we wanted to, or we can put it in functions. Let's do it right here on db.php. And the functions that I'm talking about is like the query functionality, the fetching arrays, redirecting, things like that. All right. Things that have to do with the database, we want to actually put it right here. All right. So the first thing is that query, right? Let's just create a function here and let me show you what I mean. So usually when we are querying the database, we have to do something like this: MySQLi query. All right, and we got to put a connection, and then we got to do the query, right? This is kind of a pain, right, to do this all the time. And I just want to make sure that we take care of this. All right, so here on the query, what we're going to be doing is we're going to, of course, pass the query. Let's just do query here just to make it more understandable. All right, and then we'll grab the connection. In this case is right here, but we have to put global because this is inside a function. So global con right there. Then we'll say MySQLi connect, not connect, sorry, query. Again, we'll pass in the connection and then we'll pass in the query. All right, and all we got to do is return this. So now every time we want to make a query, we just use this function like this, query, well, like this. And then it will make everything for us. We don't have to be typing in this 2 parameters every time. All right, beautiful. What else do we need? Well, it's also very good to actually clean your database, escape it, right? And we're going to be using MySQLi. So let's actually create a little function that will allow us to clean our data and actually escape it. So let's just do it right here. Let's just escape it. You know what? Let's do it. Yeah, let's do it up here. That's fine. Let's just do escape. We're going to put the string here. We're going to pass in the string and it's going to do everything else for us. All right. So we're going to say MySQLi real escape string. All right, we'll pass in the connection, and we got to put that on the global, by the way. And then here we are passing in the string, right? Let's do the global as well. Okay, but let's do a little bit something else here. That's fine. That's okay. Let's do return. So this will escape the data for us. Okay, that's fine. Let's also use another function. Usually we do HTML entities to clean up like strange characters when we put in stuff on, like when we're taking stuff from an input type text. We get some HTML sometimes in there. So let's create a function to clean that up as well. So let's just say function clean. And you know what? I think we should leave this for the functions.php file, because we want everything to do with the database here. So let's just do fetch data here. Or let's just say fetch array. All right. We're gonna take in a result from here, and we're just gonna say global real quick right here, and we're just gonna say MySQLi fetch array. This is going to be fetching data for us. All right, so this is gonna grab the result and fetch it for us. All right, this is gonna grab everything. Now we can call this like fetch all data or fetch one data, you know, whatever we want to fetch from it. So that way it's just a very handy way of doing things. All right. Actually, you know what? That's fine. That's fine. Let's just leave it like that. Later on, we can modify this and make it better. Let's also create a confirm function here, just to confirm that all the information from the database is good. The query is good. So let's just grab global here real quick. Actually, we don't need global to make sure that. Actually, we do. Sorry, we do, because we can provide some other errors notification. So MySQLi, actually, if we pass in the result here, so if not result, then we can just say die. We can say query failed. And I know this is a lot of writing here, guys, a lot of coding, but believe me, this is gonna make our lives a lot easier later on. All right, we'll pass in the connection here real quick. All right, beautiful. All right, we're gonna leave it at this here, and if we got some more functionality from the database, we'll continue in the next lecture. If not, we'll continue with our regular functions. But anyway, thank you so much, and I'll see you in the next lecture. Take care. All right, welcome back, my dear students. So we have created a couple functions here. Let's make sure that they work, right? Because we don't want to keep writing and writing and then find out later on that they don't work. All right, so let's go to our PHP admin, my admin, and let's go to our login app, login_db right here, and let's just insert a user real quick. All right, let's go users, insert. First user, of course, is going to be myself, Edwin DS, username Rico, and password 123. Validation code is empty and active is 0. That's okay. All right, let's make sure that we can pull that data out. All right, so let's go to our index.php and let's try it out. All right below this jumbotron here, let's just do some PHP. All right, so we want to pull information from the database, right? So let's just do SQL here, and let's just say select all users. Actually, select all from users. All right, let's just find out, right? Let's do query here, and we're gonna send this guy in right here, right? And we can assign this to a variable if we wanted to. So let's just assign this to like a variable like result. All right, and then we got something called fetch array, right, which is a function that we created, fetch underscore array, and we just fetch the results, and we can fetch it and apply it to, I don't know, a variable called row. All right, before the result here, let's make sure that we do confirm too. We use the function confirm, make sure that everything is good, close it with your semicolon. So we're gonna select all from users, and we're gonna display it. So it's gonna come into something like this. Let's just display the username. All right, echo, beautiful. Let's check it out. So this is the index, and we got some unexpected errors. Line 36 on DB. Let's find out real quick. So DB line 36, what did we forget? Okay, this is not a comma, this is a dot for concatenation. Refresh, and now you can see the username right here, Rico. All right, so we are able to pull information from the database using our custom functions, which is pretty cool, right? That way we don't have to write a whole bunch of things in here. All right, so now that this is working, let's jump into the functions.php and start working there, right? But I want you to make sure that you get this right before you continue. Okay, let me just give you a little bit of overview before we go on. If you still have problems, I want you to watch this video. If not, you skip, go to the next one. All right, so we got this init file that we're starting everything, right? Everything we're starting right here. We are including the database connection, so it's available to not only the init.php, but it's available to functions.php, and it's available to every application out there because we are including it in the header. So right here on init, everything is available. Even our connection to a database is available if we wanted to in this file right here, in header.php, in index, everywhere else. Everything that's here and inside these files is available to everything in our application. So make sure that you got this correct. Make sure that you got your functions correct. And I'm going to scroll down a little bit so that way you can copy anything that might be wrong with yours. All right, remember that these files are available to you. All right, so you can reference them, but I don't want you to copy them. I want you to do the work yourself so that way you can get used to writing it, and everything becomes just easier. All right, thank you so much, and I'll see you in the next lecture. Welcome back, my dear student. On the last lecture, we created some helper functions here for our db.php file. That's going to be for functionalities of the database. And on this lecture, we are going to be creating some general functions that are going to help us do other things in the functions.php file. But before we do that, let's create a function here, another db function for the database that is going to count the rows of records inside the table of the database. So let's call this row count. All right, like this. All right, and we're going to take a result, and we are going to be returning my SQLi num rows, and then we'll put the result in here like this. All right, super simple. Super easy to do. All right. All right, so once we have that, let's jump into functions.php. Let's open our PHP tags if you don't have it open already. And let's start creating the other functions here. Oops. There we go. All right. So the first function that I want to have here is something to clear, you know, it's stuff coming from the form. Like if you put something in input type text, sometimes they could put, I don't know, greater than symbols or crazy symbols like this. We want to clear all that out. All right. And we do that with something called HTML entities. But we're going to create a function that's going to help us do that. It's going to be easier to use. So we can say function. Let's call it clean. And we're going to clean a string. All right. And we are going to be returning a predefined function from PHP already called HTML entities. All right. And that is going to clean that string. All right. Beautiful. All right. That's the first one. Second one would be something called the header function. That's to redirect. So we're going to call it redirect because it's easier to do it like this. And I'll show you in a minute why. But first of all, keep in mind that we are actually creating these helper functions for a reason. That means if we, especially here, if we are using, let's say, another type of API for the database, like instead of MySQL, we use something for Postgres for another database, we can just replace the coding here for that specific database API, and we can change the whole thing, the whole application, instead of, you know, having this specifically be to MySQLi in every function that we have. So we have like little plugins that we can plug into our application. And if we use some type of other databases API later on, we can just switch the coding here and it will apply to the whole application. It's easier, right? But anyway, so for the redirect here, we're just gonna do the location and we're gonna return the header, which will help us redirect. All right. So here we just put the curly brackets in here and say location. And I use these curly brackets, and you don't have to, but I use them just to make sure that, you know, that let whoever is in my code know that this is a variable, and myself as well. You know, once I see the curly brackets, I know it's a variable. But if I leave this like this, you know, sometimes it's hard to distinguish, especially if you have a lot of code. And I can also do arrays in here, you see. So this is for complex coding. All right. Make sure that in your init you have your ob_start on top and your session here. All right. Just want to make sure of that. But anyway, and that's for the redirect. That's why we have this function here, ob_start. And if I didn't tell you to put that in there, make sure that you have it. All right. Right on the first line, and then session start. Just want to make sure that you have that, because if you don't have that, you're going to have a lot of problems later. All right, so we have this. What else can we create? All right, another useful thing is to set session messages. All right, I don't want to be doing echo all the time to let the user know that something is going on, like user's password was updated or something like that, because if we use echo to do some things like that, to echo messages, if we redirect to another page, we will lose that value, and we can't actually use echo if we redirect, right? So let's create a functionality here where we can set messages in sessions, and that way we can see it anywhere in our site. All right, so let's set some messages here, some functions that will help us with that. So we're gonna grab a message here. This function is gonna take a parameter, a message, right, a string, and we're gonna set a session with it. But first, let's check to see if this is not empty. Then we can do it, because if it's empty, we don't want to deal with it. So if the message is not empty, then we'll grab a session. All right, and let's call it message, and then we can apply whatever we put in that message variable. All right, beautiful. Else, we don't want to get any errors on the screen, so we'll set the message variable to an empty string. All right, that's the first. And this function here will put it before the redirect. when we are actually inside a function. All right, so we set the message, we put some type of string, we send some type of string, and we save it in the session. We can echo it later. So let's actually create a function to echo it, and this one will be called set message. Set message like this. Doesn't take parameters because what we want to do is just echo the message, right? So we'll say if is set, and what? If it's set, the session message, then we'll echo it, right? All right, and then after echoing, then we can unset it so that way the message doesn't stay there all the time. All right, those are pretty cool functions that you're gonna see we're gonna be using a lot. All right, pretty cool stuff. Another function that I want you to have, which is pretty cool, is a function to make our forms really secure. All right, we're gonna use this later. I call this a token generator function. It's gonna be pretty useful. This is to create some type of string like this. All right, it's gonna be like an encrypted string, and then we can put that in a session, and then we can use it to validate the function. All right, I'll show you in a minute what I mean, but anyway, let's create it real quick because we're gonna need it, and I'll show you later why. Token generator. This is some pretty advanced stuff, but I want you to know it. All right, it's very useful. So we'll use a couple functions here to create this. One is called the unique ID, and in this unique ID we can use inside here, we can use another one called empty random, and you can look this up what they do, but basically you can see this one is going to produce a unique ID, and empty random, I believe is the name, is going to provide some random values. I'm gonna set this to true. All right, and then I'm gonna put this, encrypt this in the MD5 function. It's going to encrypt all this for me. All right, and there is a website, I believe, that will give you this. That if you look for unique ID in Google or something, it would tell you exactly what it does. But php.net website would show you exactly what it does. All right, so you can find some more about it there. I'm not gonna go into details here. I'm telling you right now, it's gonna produce an ID, and empty random is going to produce some random values, and then we set that to true just to make it bigger. All right, it's just gonna be more. And let me look for the description here so that way you can unique ID. Let me see if I can find it right here so that way I can show you what it is real quick. Right here, unique ID. Example or something like that. Let me see. Unique ID to true. I'll show you right now. Right here. There we go. All right, so here you can find that if we set this to true, it creates a unique ID with a random number as a prefix, more secure than a static prefix. All right. But anyway, you can find out some more information about this. But anyway, we got this going here. All right. Now, not only are we setting this to a variable, but we can set this to a session right here. And we'll call this session token. All right. True, true, true. And then we can just return the whole thing here. Beautiful. All right, you can play around with this. You can grab this and create a variable in an empty file and then return it. You can see that every time you refresh, you're gonna create some random values, and it's gonna be pretty cool, right? I'll show you later on where we can insert this, but this is gonna go in a hidden input inside the form. And we're gonna use this just to make sure that the form is coming from that specific page. I'll explain some more later when we get to the form. But anyway, we're gonna use these functions here just to make things a lot more secure. It's gonna be really cool. Anyway, we are done with this helper functions for now. We should be done. Make sure that you write your comments here, and you can say something like helper functions. All right. Beautiful. Then here we'll create a next functionality. I think we're gonna work with validation nets. All right, but just have this in place because we are going to be using it. Thank you so much for watching this lecture, and I'll see you in the next lecture. All right, welcome back, my dear student. So now that we're done with the general helper functions in functions.php, well, we're done for now, but we'll create some more functionality later. What we need to do is we need to go to register.php and inspect this functionality right here. All right, let's go to our phplogin, and then we'll go to register. All right, let me show you the form. Now we know that we have more columns in the database, so we need to update this form with the name and the last name field. So let's do that real quick. All right, so we need two of these. All right, so this one is gonna have the first name. All right, and we'll have this here. A little bit of update to this. All right, and this one we have the last name. Last name. And let's get this placeholder as well with last name like this. All right, let's look at that real quick. All right, now we got those there in place. Make sure that your form has the required. All right, this is just to make sure that they don't leave any blank space input fields. All right. Beautiful. All right, so this form is going to submit to itself because it has no action attribute. All right, perfect. But we want to validate the data too, right? Just in case. So we are validating here already with JavaScript. As you can see, we can't submit it unless they are complete. But this is HTML5. I'm sorry, not JavaScript, HTML5. But we also need to validate the data. You know, let's say, for example, the first name is too long or something like, or the username is too long or too short. That would be cool to validate, right? I'm not going to bother too much with checking to see if it's blank because we got HTML5 doing that. All right, I'm going to show you how to do it anyway, but I'm not going to be doing that too much in this course since most of the websites out there, applications are running HTML5 anyway. So, but anyway, I want to show you how to do it anyway. So let's go to functions.php, and right below here, this comment that we created, validation functions, we're going to create a function. All right, and this function is just going to validate. It's going to validate the user. All right, so let's create it right here. Function validate user registration. All right, and some of you already know that we can do something like this. If it's set, right, and we check for that name value in the submit right here, we could do that, right? Right here like this. And then we can check to see if that form was submitted, right? But we're checking to see in the post super global if this is available, if it's set, right? I like to do it another way. What I like to do is I like to access the server array, server variables, And I like to check to see if we have any post requests at all. And if we do, we pull out the values. And I'll show you how to do that. It's actually a more compatible way within browsers, all right? I think Internet Explorer is a problem when we use the last one, this one here. All right, but anyway, just to make sure that everything works right in our application, we use the server here, and we'll just use this guy right here, and you can find out some more information about this specific array that has a whole bunch of variables. So it has one request and method. All right, so if the request method is equal to post, and it could be get, and I think it also could be put and patch and all that good stuff, but right now we're detecting for post. So if the post request is equal to post, we want to do something. I'm gonna just echo something out. I'm gonna say it works, and then we're gonna grab the name of the function, and we're gonna go to that specific register.php, and right here where it says, where it has this little row here, this little div with a class of call-lg6, I'm gonna put that I'm gonna call that function like this. Let's check it out real quick. See if it's working. I'm gonna put in some stuff in here. Make sure that I have my email register, and you can see now that it says it works. Beautiful. So it's working. We're able to make that work. That's the first step. And after that, we need to actually pull out the values one by one. So we can use post super global for that, right? And the first thing is first name, right? That's the first value. We don't have to do it in order, but I think it's a little bit more organized to do it in order. And we can assign a variable right away to that value. And we can use our one of our helper methods, functions to clean this up. So we can say clean, and now we can remove any unwanted characters from there. All right, and this is the method that we are going to be using. I'm gonna separate this a little bit. This is the technique we're going to use for all of them. I believe we have like 5 of them. So I'm gonna copy and paste a couple times, and I'm gonna start from the left to right. And if you want, you can, pause the video and do it yourself and see if you got the same thing. Last name, I'm gonna paste that in here. I hope you see my method there. All right. The next one would be username. I'm gonna copy this. It doesn't have to be the same, but like I said, I like to make it the same. Remember, these are the values coming from the form, coming from this value name, the value of this attribute name right here. The post super global is going to pick up this value, and that's what we're getting right here. All right. And then we can assign any variable name if we wanted to, but we are assigning this one. You guys already know that, but I just want to make sure that for some reason, if one of you joined this course and don't know much about it, to learn something. But remember that you should only be here if you know basic PHP, and this is basic PHP. Password. All right, and then we copy this one here. See how easy this is once you got everything in place? If not, we will have to put HTML entities there all the time, and that's not very good. Password, let's just call it confirm password. Oops, that's big, huh? Let's go to the registration.php, register.php. Make sure that this field is the same, confirm password. I'm not sure. All right, so it is the same. You just make sure that yours is the same, all right? Right here. All right, we save it, and we are ready to go to the next phase. All right, so in the next lecture, we're gonna actually do some validation here and make sure that these are the type of size that we want. And if they are, we do certain things, and if they're not, we do certain things. All right. So anyway, thank you so much for watching this lecture. On the next lecture, we'll continue with this functionality. Take care. All right, welcome back, my dear students. I hope you're really excited. We are learning something really cool here, and when this is finished, you're gonna have a full, complete application, really advanced, really secure, really flexible. All right, it's gonna be pretty cool. You're gonna be learning how to do this pretty soon. You're gonna know everything. But anyway, so once we pull out the values from the form and we clean them up a little bit, then it's time for us to check them. So we could say something like this. We can use a pre-built PHP function, strlen, to check how many characters each of these is. So for example, if we want to find out if this is the size of this, we'll write this. We'll put the first name inside this function, and now this function is going to have the amount of characters that the user puts in this input field right here. So if I put 3 characters, that is going to be equal to 3. All right, so I'm gonna say if this is equal to 3, smaller than 3, I want you to echo no, like this, for example. All right, I'll show you, just to show you. So I'm gonna put it equal to 2 because that is less than 3. Email, and click it, and now it says no. All right, of course we're not gonna display no. What I want to do is that I want to set a variable to contain a value, a default size value for my minimum functionality and maximum functionality. What I mean with that is that if the first name is less than a certain quantity, I want it to display an error. So, and if it's over a certain quantity, I want it to also display an error. So I'm gonna set this like this. The minimum is gonna be 3, and the maximum is going to be 20, for example, like this. And then we're gonna display an error. But for that, I also want an array. I'm gonna use an array to save all the errors, and then at the end of this validation, I'm going to display all the errors that we encountered when we were validating. So this is gonna be an empty array like this. All right, so if this is less than min, then we have a problem, right? Let's say your first name cannot be less than, and I do these curly brackets because I want to. You don't have to. This is for complex operation. When you have double quotes, you can put these curly brackets, and you can do arrays if you want. But I like to do it like this. That way I can know that this is a variable, and it kind of helps me distinguish words from variables. But anyway, your first name cannot be less than minimum characters, for example, like that. All right, of course, like I say, I want to save this into my array, so I'm gonna do it like this. All right, now that this is like this, I want to actually write a function real quick here. I'm gonna check to see if my array is empty. Not empty, then we know we have an error, right? So if it's not empty, I'm gonna loop through that array, and I'm gonna display each individual value. So I'm gonna loop through errors as error, like this, and I'm gonna echo it out. All right, like this. All right, let's go and do this real quick. Let's see what happens. Refresh, 1, 2, whatever, and Gene. Let's make sure there's an email. Register, your first name cannot be less than 3 characters. But if we wanted to now, we do this to the last name, and you'll see that we have a functionality that is really flexible. All right, and we can say last name here, and watch this. Let's go and do this now. 1, 2, 1, 2, register. And now we get both messages. Your first name cannot be less than 3 characters, and your last name cannot be less than 3 characters. Of course, we have to fix how this looks, but you can understand now how this is going to work. And we're going to do that for username. All right. And then we're going to do something different with password and confirm. But I just wanted to show you how to do that. And another thing is, if you wanted to also learn how to do this by how to check for empty spaces, it's super simple as well. All right. We can say something like this: if empty. And I'm not going to be using this, but I'm going to show you how to do it if you don't know. If first name is empty, then we do something like, we'll save the error in the array. And we can say your first name cannot be empty. All right? Like this. If you want to go ahead and do that, it's up to you. I already have some HTML5 validation. That's good for me. All right. So if you want to go ahead and add that extra layer of validation, it's up to you. On the next lecture, we're going to complete this, and I want you to create a validation for username. Oh, and another thing is that if we go over, of course. All right. So this is what I want you to do in the next lecture. I'm going to take this out. I don't want this. So we're checking for first name and last name for the minimum. I want you to create the same thing here and the same thing for this one, but checking for maximum value. All right? And displaying a corresponded string, something that corresponds to a max value functionality. All right? So in the next lecture, I want to see that, and we're going to compare our code to see if they are the same. All right? Pretty easy stuff, but I want you to start coding. All right? Thank you so much, and I'll see you in the next lecture. All right, welcome back, my dear students. So in the last lecture, I actually challenged you to do a simple task. Basically was to complete this, right? To do the max and minimum of all of them, and also do the username. All right? So I already completed mine. You can compare your code right here. All right? For the max, we changed the less than symbol to a greater than symbol. All right, because we're saying here now, if first name is greater than max, then we have a problem, right? So let me show you how that one works. So I'm just gonna write some crazy string here. 2 and 2. All right, now on this lecture, we will show this in a better format, but you see your first name cannot be more than 20 characters. That's the first error. And then your last name cannot be less. You see, my errors are working 100%. Now, what I wanted to show you is that you can go to getbootstrap.com, which is the website for the framework that we are using. And we can get some really cool components there. Let me show you. So this is getbootstrap.com. Let me see if I can click on the CSS, and then nah, it's not on the CSS, components. And right on components, you're gonna go to alerts, and right on alerts, we're gonna find this little guy right here that I like. I'm gonna copy this guy, and instead of displaying this really empty errors, we're gonna display some really cool errors. I'll show you right now. Single quotes, because we're gonna have a lot of stuff that's gonna have double quotes inside here, and we don't want that. We want to take that off because we have some single quotes in here that is breaking our HTML, well, our PHP. And then inside this one here, we just want to display the error like this. All right. But anyway, I'll show you a better way of doing this. We can bring this down if you want, like that. All right, let's see if this works. Actually, let's check it out. I don't remember if with single quotes we can see the variable. Let me make sure that it works. So let's go to our form, and let's try to display that real quick. Make sure you save it, all right? Anyway, register. Okay, it's not working with single quotes, but you can see the message, right? It's pretty cool stuff. Anyway, you can make this work with single quotes. You can put a string and a variable inside single quotes. You can concatenate those like this. That's why I like to use double quotes. All right, but we can't do that because we have a lot of double quotes there. So what we need to do is concatenate this. We can break it like this and break it like this and then do this. All right, and now if we go back to it, whatever, and two. Now you can see your first name cannot be more than 20 characters and last name cannot be less than 3 characters. Pretty cool stuff, right? We want to change the color of it. All we have to do is change this class from warning to danger. All right, so that way it gives us like a little reddish color. Now, what I want to do something a little bit better than that, to be honest with you. I don't like this because I got to be concatenating here this. If we had double quotes, like I said before, like this, and you're gonna see me using this a lot, we can put the variable right inside without doing concatenation, but we have a lot of double quotes in there, we can't do that. So what I'm going to do is create something called a delimiter. Actually, it's something like this. Delimiter. You can put whatever name you want here, but I call it a delimiter, but it does have a name, and from the top of my head right now, I forgot. Echo in delimiter. PHP. I forgot the name of it. I forgot the name of it, but anyway, you write it like this. You write your message in a variable, you save all this in a variable, and then you write whatever name you want, and we're just gonna create a delimiter here. We put this less than symbols, 1, 2, and 3. All right, and then you write the same word again, and you put it right at the end here, and you put the semicolon right there. All right. Now make sure you have no space here, because if you have some space, this is not gonna be, it's not gonna work. So I'm gonna Command Z or Control Z, and you're gonna see that. Now what we gotta do here is just echo the message like this. All right, and you can put whatever you want, single quotes, as you can see. Look, see that? Double quotes, whatever you want. All right. Let's go and shorten the form. Let's see how we can make it happen. I'm gonna write a really long string here, small one. And my mind just went blank on the name of that functionality, to be honest with you. Register, and right here, your first name cannot be more than 20 characters, and your last name cannot be less than 3 characters. You see, it's working. Now we came back when I did Command Z, I deleted this danger class that gives us a nice color. Danger right here. All right, let's try one more time because I want to see that color. All right, there we go. Register. There we go. See that? Beautiful. So this is working, and I just show you another way of doing this besides just using echo. All right, I think this is a better way, and you can put whatever you want in here. Anyway, thank you so much for watching, and I'll see you in the next lecture. Take care. All right, welcome back, my dear student. So we are missing an input. We're missing a couple inputs here, a couple validation, and this is pretty quick. But if you want, you can check for the email size. All right, we're gonna check for the email not to be over certain mats here. For I think 20 character for our email is right, is good. All right, but that's okay. We're not gonna check for minimum. Emails could be very small as well. That's fine for maximum character for emails. Let's just make sure that we have this email variable right here, and then your email cannot be more than certain characters, right? Your email cannot be more than 20 characters. That's fine. Anyway, then we have a password input and a confirmed password input. What we can do here is that we can say if password is not equal to confirmed password, then we're going to save an error there. We're gonna input that error, output that error. Your passwords fields do not match, right? Do not match. All right. Beautiful. All right. Now, what else? That's it. I think we're done with that. All right. Now, one thing that I always wanted to do, well, now, that I always like to do in my applications would be to, refactor some of the code, right? We have, and refactoring means, for those of you that don't know, is making a complex code easier to implement and with shorter code, all right, with less code. So now we have this message delimiter here, right? And we are going to be using this a lot when we are, validating forms. So why not put this in a function just in case we, just to make our code shorter and to make things work a lot better. So I'm just going to take that off from there. And then error display here. I'm just going to put a little comment here real quick so I don't forget what it is. Let's create a function that will display that error. Let's just say display form error. You know what? Display validation error. Validation. No, let's call it validation errors. Like this. All right. All right. And we're going to paste that code in there. All right. And it's going to take one parameter. That's going to be the error. So we're going to say error. Let's just call it message. All right. Yeah, that's fine. Well, it's going to be an error message here. So let's make it a little bit more descriptive, right? Oops. Right here. And we're just going to return it actually. And then we can echo it like this and like that. How about that? And then we also want to put it right here as well. All right, let's see how this works. So let's go to right here, this field right here. Instead of doing all the code that we were doing before, we just use this function. We just echo it out. Validation errors like this. Doesn't that look a lot cleaner, right? It does, right? So let's go here and let's see if it still works. Let's just do some, and I refresh, by the way, all right, and save my document all the time. I just do command save on my keyboard, so make sure that you do the same. All right, password register. Oops, should not contain a symbol. A part followed by. All right, let's just do something like this. Register. Missing argument for validate. Oh, we forgot the argument right here. There we go. All right. All right. So add. I'm gonna do a lot of stuff here, and this one, and like this, like that. Register, and now you can see that we get the same thing again, but we have a lot less code. All right here, and we can use this through our application. We don't have to be writing the same thing over and over again like this right here. We don't have to be writing this over and over again. It saves a lot of space, and it just makes your code a lot cleaner. All right. So anyway, thank you so much for watching. And on the next lecture, we're going to continue with this and with our functionality for our application, our login application. We're going to make this a lot better every second that we are working on this. Thank you so much, and I'll see you on the next lecture. Hi, welcome back, my dear student. This is Edwin from the future, and I just come back sometimes just to make sure that everything is okay. All right, so on the next lecture, we're going to be dealing with emails, I want to make sure that you already have a column for email. If you don't have one, I want you to go to your users table and create a column for email right below the username. All right. So once you have that, I want you to go and insert any type of data that you want. All right. So I'm going to just go insert here. And on the next lecture, I'm probably going to have different information because I'm doing from the future, but just, for you to know that. Okay. So anyway, just type in whatever username you want and whatever email. All right. I'm just going to use this email here and whatever password you want, of course. All right. You don't need a confirmation code. If you don't have that column, don't worry about it. I will help you make that later on, but you should already have that. And active, we're going to leave everything else the same. I just want you to have this email column, which is very important. We're going to be dealing with that on the next lectures, okay? So have that in there, have some data, all right? And I'll see you, you'll see my Edwin from the past, my other Edwin in the next lecture, okay? It was a pleasure like always, and I'll see you around. Take care. All right, welcome back, my dear student. So there are a couple more things that we need to do to finish this. I thought that we were almost finished, but I think we should add some more functionality to our application before we continue. All right. So what are the functionalities that we want to add? Well, very simple. If we have a username that is the same as the person that's typing it in the form, we don't want to register that person. We don't want to register two people with the same username, or we don't want to register two people with the same email address. So let's go to our application. I'm going to open another window here real quick if I can get to it. In the register right here, let's go to it. Register.php. Just have that available there. All right. All right. So we want to actually give them an error if this exists or if the email address exists. So let's go and make two functions that will help us with that. All right, so let's create the first function here, email exist, and we can make it better later, but right now I think this is the best option. You can come up with something better probably in the future once you see me doing it. All right, so the first thing is that we're gonna say SQL. We're gonna get a query going here. We're gonna say select ID from users where email equals what? Their email coming in right here, but we need some single quotes here. Email. All right. Now I'll show you how to do something real quick. It's gonna be fun. So let's use our query function that we created in the db.php. Let's send this query, and we save this query, whatever comes back in this result. All right. So now we can say if row count, and you know where this is coming from? This is another function that we created right here in db.php to count how many rows are coming back. So if row count, we got to pass in the result though, equals 1, that means we got something from the database. And what do we do if we got something? We return true. If not, we return false. Pretty cool stuff, right? Very easy to implement. And you know what? We can implement almost the same thing for username. So we copy and paste that one, and we just change the name here, username. Change the variable here to username. And change this here to username, and change this to username. Super simple, right? It really can't be simpler than that. So now we can use this right below here when we are checking for email. First we check if the email exists, right? So we say if email exists, and we pass in the email. All right. Well, we can display an error right here. Errors. Sorry, that email already exist, is registered. All right. And for the username, let's copy the same thing here and we create something for the username real quick. If username exists, we pass in the username right here, and we say, sorry, that username is already taken. All right, let's check it out real quick. All right, so we know that in phpMyAdmin we already have an email called edwin@codingfaculty.com, or whatever email you are using. I got a username of Rico. Let's check it out real quick to see if this works. All right, so let's go to the register.php, refresh this, and I'm gonna use Edwin DS, username Rico, and email address edwin@codingfaculty.com. That's the email that exists. I want those two errors there, 1, 2, and 3, 1, 2, and 3. So we're gonna make this fail and this fail. Let's see. Register. Sorry, that username is already taken. Sorry, that email is registered. Your email cannot be more than 20 characters. I think this is wrong. Let's check it out. The email one. All right, we messed up on the email. str length is, I don't think we can measure the email like that. That was a very small email. Let me see. Actually, it is longer than 20 characters because it's that. So emails are different. We don't want to mess around with email. Let's just do minimum for the email. All right, like this. Let's just do minimum. But anyway, you're gonna have to probably set a match for email a lot longer than 20 characters. Maybe something like 50 characters for email. But anyway, as you can see, we were able to display what's available and what's not available. Rico, password 1, 2, and 3, 1, 2, and 3. I'm gonna use another email address just to display one error. Register. Sorry, that username is already taken. You see that? Beautiful. Anyway, I hope you see how this is going. I think we're done with this functionality for now, for validating. And now what we need to work on is on the register user function that registers the users and inputs all this data in the database. All right, in the users table. Thank you so much for watching. Hope you are enjoying this very much like I am enjoying the teaching to you. And I wish you the best in life. Just make sure that you always practice, and learn. See you in the next lecture. All right, welcome back, my dear student. So we have created a validation functionality here for our form, which is pretty cool right now. All right, it's a pretty cool validation, and you can extend it and even make it better if you want, if you take more time for it. But right now, we need to create our register user functionality. All right, so you can make some comments here, you know, and just say function, and this code here would be the post request, something like this. And I like to do this, but I'm not going to waste time on this course doing that because that's going to take a lot of your time doing it. So make sure that you put some comments here so that that way you know where you are and you know what the code is actually doing. So you can put some comments right here and here as well and say what the clean function is doing and all that. So that way 6 months from now or 2 weeks from now, you know exactly what you did. So it's always good to put comments on your code. All right, but anyway, let's create the register. Geez, I'm not spelling very good today. Register user function. All right. And what we want to do is take in some data. So this function right here is validating it. All right, it would be also very good to escape all this data before it even gets to the registered user, or we can escape it right here in the registered user. All right, so we can take the data. Let's take the first name, for example. Let's take the last name. Let's take the username. Let's take the email. Oops. What else do we have? We have the password. All right, and then we can put all that information there. All right, so here what we can do is we can use one of our functions. If email exists, we can check for the email first. All right, then we can register the user and we return false, something like that. All right, we can do an else if here, and we can check for the username if the username exists. There we go, and we'll pass in the username. And let me actually wait a minute. All right, this function is not escaping it. All right, so make sure that you escape it before you even send it in. So it would be very good if you escape all this data. All right, so let's actually escape it right here, so that way we don't have a problem with it. Let's just use our escape function that we created earlier, and let's escape it. First name, and we do this a couple times. All right, and I think we need one more here. Last name. Escaping this data is not very fun, but it has to be done. That way we prevent SQL injection. All right. Excuse me. And this would be email. All right, and the last one, password. All right, we got to do something else with the password, because we can't actually insert this password like this in the users table. All right, so anyway, once you escape all this data, then we can do things with it. So let's continue here. We're going to return false as well with this if we find a username in there. Else, let's write an else statement here. That's what they are for, else if. All right, here we're gonna do our query. All right, so we can say SQL, and then we do insert into, like that. All right, but anyway, before we do that, we have to do something to this password right here. All right, so all right, what I want to do is I want to encrypt it. So I'm going to use MD5, and this function will encrypt this password. All right, of course we can make this a lot more secure by appending micro time to it, or the time, whatever. There's a whole bunch of other ways of doing it, but this is very secure right now. All right, and maybe in the future we'll add some more extra lectures on how to make this even a lot more secure than this, but right now this is good enough for this application. All right, this is very secure right now. Anyway, so once this data is clean, we come here and we insert it into users, and we're gonna do the first part in this lecture, and then on the next lecture we'll continue. We'll do the last part of this registration. All right, but anyway, then we start inserting here the values, the column names: first name, last name, username, email, oops, what else, password. And there are a couple more columns that we need actually. Validation code is one. That's a column that is on the database, so we need some type of value for that. And we also have active, that's going to be 0, and it's 0 by default, but we're just going to put that value in there. All right, so we need this validation code here somewhere. Okay, so to make that, I'm actually going to do something else as well. I'm going to grab the username, and I'm going to hash it as well. And I'm going to create a validation code, encrypt it, and do some crazy stuff with it. All right, so let's see what we can do. Let's just do MD5, and I'll show you what we can do with microtime. And let's hash the username And the username is because sometimes the username is pretty long, and we can use that. And then we can append micro time to it, the micro time function. All right, and that could give us a really nice validation code if we wanted to. Well, that's what we're going to be using for this one. We might change it in the future and provide something a little bit stronger than that, but this is really good right now. All right, so in the next lecture we'll continue with this query, and we'll get it to where we can register the user and then do all the good things with it. Finish this, and then we'll finish the rest on the next lecture. All right, make sure that you have all these fields correctly here. Remember, these are the columns for your users table. Anyway, thank you so much for watching, and I'll see you in the next lecture. Take care. All right, welcome back, my dear students. So in the last lecture, you saw me correcting this semicolon here, and I also wanted to correct this curly bracket here, but I cut the video off before you even saw that. So make sure that you got your curly brackets there and your semicolons in the correct place, all right? But anyway, if we don't, we'll just make sure that we do, all right? But let's just correct it here, and we'll have another curly bracket for the function up here, all right? All right. So let's not forget that, but anyway, we'll see the error and debug it if something happens. So I think we're good for this here. Let's do the next query. Actually, it's the same query, but we got to append to it because it was too long on top. All right. So now we got to get the values here, and I put a little space right here, as you can see. If you don't put a little space, it might not work. So values, we put the parentheses there, put single quotes around it because they are string mostly, and I'm just gonna do some placeholder for now right here, like that. All right, so we got the first name, we have the last name, and these are separated by comma, by the way, as you can see right here. There we go. And email. Oops. What is the next one? Is password and validation code and value for the active, and right now is 0, right? Actually, this column here should be active, not 0. All right, so correct that. This is where the validation default value would be, and semicolon. So make sure that you got your single quotes around each and your comma, all right, for separating each value. Once this is done, then we can confirm this query, and let's just, well, send the query first, SQL, then we'll confirm it. And if everything goes good, we should see no errors, all right? So we can send 0 here for values like this with no quotes around there, right? All right, I think we're good to go right now, and we should actually echo some type of message here, right? Let's echo out some type of message. Let's just echo user register or something like that. All right, let's check it out. Let's see if it goes through. Let's refresh. Let's get another user here. I'm gonna call this guy 1, and Martinez. That's a Spanish name, by the way, for those of you that don't know that. And that's because he has a really short username. That's why I'm using him, by the way. Not just because I'm Spanish, guys. All right, I don't discriminate. All right, and this is not a $sign here. It has to be an @ symbol. 1, 2, and 3. 1, 2, and 3, and it's not going to work. All right, guys, come on, you should have stopped me when this was going to happen. All right, the reason is because we don't have that function, right? That function, we don't have it anywhere here. All right, so if we go to register that PHP, we have the validate user only. We're not calling this function. This one, register user. So what I'm going to do is, and instead of calling it on that page, what I want to do is call it, and I'm gonna use it right here like this. And I already see a problem here, but let's just go back here. If the errors are not empty, we display this, but if else, that means we have no errors. We'll just call this function. All right, like this. So if we got no errors, we'll call this function, but we can do something better than that. We can say if, all right, and then we can display something here, user register. All right, let's do it up here, and let's take off everything that has to do with messages here. All right, and then we can say return true. All right, you saw that? We're returning false here, but if everything goes good, we return true. And we're using it right here after this else statement, saying if the codes are empty, that means we're good to go right here, else. If they're not empty, we display the errors by calling this function. All right, so if we don't have no errors, then we call this function here and we will display user register. Now, the problem here, all right, we are actually, all right, we got this code. Let's see if it works, all right, and then we'll debug it. I like to do things fast like this so that way we can see this in action. Register, undefined variable username exists, and function must be a string, function name. On 289, same error. 289. All right. So this must be a string, and we are getting an error. Undefined variable username exists. Undefined variable username exists. So it's looking for a variable. So that means that username right here. Oh, look at this problem here, huh? That's okay. We got it going though, right? All right. Let's do some other last name Rodriguez. Well, Martinez. Let's do Martinez. Username 112, just in case it already registered a user, and 12 at Gmail. Password 1, 2, and 3. 1, 2, and 3. Register. Undefined variable validation code on 300. All right, pretty cool. I love validating stuff. All right, so it's looking for this code and it can't find it, this validation code. All right, so the reason is because we misspelled this here. There we go. Isn't this fun? Don't you like this? All right, one Martinez. And I'm leaving these lectures here, guys. I want you to see how I debug it. I love debugging, and if you're taking one of my courses, you know that I love debugging because it helps me become better, and it helps you a lot more than it helps me. All right, I can easily delete this lectures and make another one. All right, so let's just do this. 1, 2 at gmail.com. Let's do 1, 3 just in case. Password 1, 2, and 3, and 4. 1, 2, and 3, and 4. Register. All right, does not match value count at 1. All right, column count does not match value count at row 1. All right, it's failing the query. That means the row count in confirm 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, and 6. We're missing a value right here. You see that? So when you get something like this, it's because you're missing a column in your query. All right? Beautiful. So let's see which one we're missing. We got the last name. We're missing the username. All right? Beautiful. You see why I love debugging? All right, so that username is actually before the email. So let's do it. Let's make sure that these are in order, all right? Because if you don't put it in order, you're gonna insert them in the wrong way, in the wrong order in the database. So last name, after last name is username. and we'll just put that in there. Make sure that it's separated by a comma, okay? Double check this so you get no errors. Right here. All right. So now let's count 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. All right. Looks like we're good now. Let's cross our fingers and let's do it again. And let's see if we have our PHP admin somewhere, so that way we can check it to see if there's no other users there. All right. There's no more other users. Let's actually do Juan then. Let's do Juan. And Martinez is the last name and username Juan. That's fine. Juan at Gmail. Juan, I got a feeling Juan is about to get registered right now. 1, 2, 3, and 4. Ah! All right, so now we got a problem here. We got some syntax error, line 1. What can this be? All right, let's go and check it out. All right, line 1 is close to the password right here. So what's going on here? Why are we getting an error? All right, so values, we got the first name, last name, username. We're missing a quote right here. You see that? All right, I think this is the last one, guys. Perfect. You see how you, and this sometimes in the beginning when I first started, this was taking me maybe 2 or 3 hours, sometimes 2 days to figure it out, guys. That's why I wanted to show you here how it's done. All right. All right. Let's do 1@gmail.com and password 1, 2, and 3. 1, 2, and 3. Register. User register. All right. Refresh. And now we can see that the user is registered. All right, we got a validation code, we got a password that's hash, we got an email, username, the last name, first name, and the ID. All right, so I hope you learned a lot how to validate code, how to debug it. We're not going to be doing a lot of debugging in the course anymore, maybe a little bit, but not as much as this. I wanted you to get a feeling of debugging, and so I'm going to leave this lecture on. Hopefully you can appreciate that. Thank you so much, and I'll see you in the next lecture. All right, welcome back, my dear students. So in the last lecture, we were able to register a user and even do a lot of debugging, which will help us in the future. I'm pretty sure it will help a lot of you. But anyway, now that we are registering the user, it would be fun to display a really nice message and maybe redirect the user to the index page or something like that, right? But at the same time, it will be fun to send a user some type of email with a link that they could click on, and that way they can activate their account, right? Because right now this user is not active. As you can see right now, it's 0. If we put a 1 here, we can indicate that they are active, and that way we can test against that later. But right now, what I want to do is fetch this register and then redirect to the home page or something like that. So let's go ahead and do that real quick. So if this function is true, all right, what I want to do is I want to set a session, some type of message. Let's do it right here. So if this function is true, we're going to set a message. We're going to use our custom functions that we created. And we're just going to put a paragraph in here. And we can do that. And let's set a class, a Bootstrap class, saying something like bg set says, which is a green color, a green background. BG means background. And then we can say text center just to center that element, text, right? This is some predefined classes in Bootstrap. And we can say something like, please check your spam folder, spam folder. Please check your email. Check your email or spam folder for an activation link. All right. Activation, no activation, activation. And then semicolon. All right. So once we set a message, we can redirect, and we can use our custom function as well to redirect to our index.php. All right. Beautiful. We don't need this here. And after we do that, To show this in the index.php, we need to go to the index.php and use the function here somewhere. All right. So right here in the Jumbotron, I'm gonna put a PHP tags in here, and I'm gonna echo display message. Actually, I don't think I have to echo anything. I just gotta put display message. I'm gonna check that in a minute right now. Let's go to functions.php all the way to the top. Yeah, we don't have to put anything. All right, so let's register another user. Let's have some more fun with our registration form. Let's refresh and let's register another user. What we're gonna call this user? Joe. That's easy, right? Joe Doe. And then his username is gonna be Joe1. Email joe@gmail.com. Password 1 2 3 and 4. 1 2 3 and 4. Register. Please check your email or spam folder for activation link. Isn't that beautiful, right? That's beautiful. And if we refresh here, that message is gone. All right. Of course, you might want to display, homepage somewhere else. All right. This is just the way I'm doing it here. You can display this message somewhere else, right here above. All right. I just wanted to show you how this can be done. All right. But anyway, beautiful, right? All right. Let's go to our register functionality here, functions.php. All right. So let's go all the way down. What are we missing here? We're registering the user, we're inputting that, and now we got to send the user the email. So in the next lecture, we're going to build a functionality where we send the user the email and the link with the parameters that they need to click, so that way their account can be activated. It's going to be pretty fun. Thank you so much, and I see you in the next lecture. Let's have some fun, guys.
Welcome back, my dear students. So this is Edwin from the future. I just want to give you a heads up on the following lectures. The following lectures are going to contain the mail functionality, the email, by sending email, the native PHP mail function. Now, that works for many people, but it doesn't work for a few people. So if you have any type of issues with that mail function, know that I added a section to deal with that problem. For those of you that cannot get this to work, I added section 12 that deals with this. Not only do we fix the issue in application, but basically we improve our application by adding a third-party library called PHP Mailer. And that is, used in a lot of PHP projects because we use SMTP. Basically, we get our configurations from let's say if we're using Gmail offers SMTP services for free. So you grab your username, the port number and all that, plug it into that class, to that PHP mailer class, and then you can send emails and they're gonna get to the user's inbox 99.9% of the time. With the mail function, some of you are gonna have issues and it's not going to work. But don't worry, I got you covered. If you have issues, go to section 12, plug in the third-party library, which you're gonna learn a bunch. You're gonna have a lot of fun with that. And that's it, okay? For those of you that still have problems, you can continue learning about the mail function. It doesn't hurt. For those of you that don't have any problems, continue learning and learn about the third-party library as well in section 12. So thank you so much for watching, guys. I hope everything is going well with you. If you have any issues or any questions, post it in the discussions and we'll be happy to answer them for you. See you later.
All right, welcome back, my dear student. So now we have come very far with this register underscore user function here, and we are doing a lot of things here. So now it's time for us to send the activation link to the user, right? Because right now this is registering the user, but we haven't sent the activation link yet. Now we could, if we wanted to, come here and use the mail function and do that. Now what I want to do is I want to make this mail function a little bit more generic, and we're going to do the same thing we were doing with helper functions right here. All right, and just in case in the future we have some type of plugin or something for it, we can use this generic function, this helper function here, to change it here, and then it would change throughout our whole application. All right, so I hope you understand that concept. So we're going to say send mail, send send email. I'm gonna call this send email like this. All right, so if we have a plugin, we'll put the plugin code in here, and we can use this to change everything through our whole application every time we send emails, right? So the first parameter would be the email, then the second would be the subject, right? Third would be the message, MSG, and we can just say message there right now, right? Let's just say MSG. And the last one would be the headers. All right, and all we got to do here is just return the mail function with all these parameters like that, right? Now we could, if we wanted to, return it already with some type of message, right? So that way we don't have to write any code in the other side. We could say if, because this mail function, if it fails, is going to return some type of false or negative value. And if it returns successful, it will actually submit the form and return a success, a true, back to the to whoever is calling this function, right? So we can say if mail, then we can echo something and say, let's just, you know what? Let's just echo it right away, some type of message. Let me see. Maybe we can, you know what? Let's actually return the mail like this. And then we can handle the session somewhere else, because that would be too much. We want this function to be the most generic as possible, and putting all these echoes inside this function doesn't make it very generic. It's just gonna make the function echo something out. Let's just return this, and then we can handle that outside, all right? So let's go to the registration here, and all right, so here, if the registration goes good, then we can send the mail, right? Or right here, before we echo the true. So that way we don't have that much code in here. We got to think about this for a minute. Where we already have a link here. All right, let's just use it right here. Send email. No, let's go down here. We'll move it if we need to later on, but that's fine. Let's just send it here because we're gonna write a lot of code here, and I don't want to clog this space right here with so many things. All right, if we change our minds later on, we'll change it, but right now I think this is the best way here, because we are escaping all these values here already. All right, anyway, email, we're only escaping email, by the way. Well, then we'll actually, let's go up here and get the all these parameters. All right, there we go. And let's see what we want to send. So we got subject there, and the subject, this is going to be called activation, activate account. All right, then we have a message. On this message, we'll write something like this. We're gonna say, please click the link below to activate your account, and then we'll put the link below. This link is gonna say HTTP. In this case, it's gonna be localhost, but we'll change that later. All right, and as a matter of fact, I'm gonna, yeah, that's fine. We can leave it like this for now. Login and activate .php. It's gonna go to this page, activate.php, and then there, actually, yeah, that's the page that we want to send it to. We're gonna send the email, and we'll send another parameter here. We'll put an ampersand there, email, and then the validation code. So we're gonna say code equals validation code. There we go. So once they click on this link, and this is going to be our website here later on, we're going to put our website there, but once they click on this link, this is going to send the email of the user and a validation code, hash and encrypt it. All right, and then we can actually create a function to activate the user later on, but that's what it's going to do right now. All right, let's make this a little smaller like this. And here I'm going to create the headers, and it's gonna say from, of course, no reply at my website, right? Your website .com. All right, like this. All right, perfect. We'll test this in the live server later on, but right now we're just gonna leave it the way it is. If we have, in the next lecture, we'll test it out in our local environment just to see if the user is being registered, and just we're gonna check what can we get when we put these values in the URL. All right, so I think we're done with the registration right now. What else can we do here? Else, all right, yeah, we're good for now. Register user, and if we're not able to register the user for some reason, we're just gonna return false. All right, perfect. All right, I think we're good for now. In the next lecture, we'll test it, make sure that it's working, and I'll see you in the next one. Take care, have fun, and enjoy. Bye-bye. All right, welcome back, my dear student. On the last lecture, we kind of completed the register user function. It's not 100% completed unless until we test it in the live server, or until we test some of this functionality. So we're going to be testing to see what kind of values we're going to get from here, results we're going to get, and then after that we'll test it with a live server. But for now, I'm going to grab this code right here. I'm going to copy it. I'm going to take it to my text editor that I got right here. I'm going to paste that in there. All right, what I want to do is I want to go to the phpMyAdmin. I want to find out what user we have there. All right, so go to your phpMyAdmin, go to your users table. We got some users here. I got some users with some validation code and they're not active yet. All right, but so I'm just gonna use this email right here, Juan. I'm gonna use Juan, and we're gonna send that validation code on the URL just to make sure that we are actually receiving that. So I'm gonna use that email. I'm gonna paste it right in here, and I'm gonna use this validation code right here. All right, right here. And then we're gonna see what can we get in the URL. But before we do that, we need to create. So I have this link right here, right? I want you to have it as well because we're gonna use it in a minute. But what I want to do is create this activate user function right after this one. All right, so I want to make a comment here because this is getting long. Put a little comment here, and this one would be register user. All right, and this one would be activate user functions. All right, so we're gonna come here and we're gonna create this activate user function. Perfect. We are going to check our server variables, and for request method, if it's equal to a get request. All right, and this get request, we're gonna be pulling out the email. So if it's set get email like this, then we're gonna be pulling it out. All right, right here, and we can clean that up a little bit and apply a variable to it, assign a variable. So there we go, email. All right, cool. We can also grab the validation code. So that will come in a get request access code, and we can name it here validation code. All right, and what we're gonna do is I'm gonna echo them out just to make sure that we're getting them. I'm gonna grab the activate user function, and I'm gonna go to activate that PHP code right here. All right, and I'm going to paste it, open my PHP tags and paste it right here, save it. So we should see that there. So let's go to our activate.php, activate.php, and of course it's gonna tell me, well, I have an error here on functions.php. Let's go there and let's check it out. What line was it? 334, I believe. 334, and saying that I have some else statement that it's not supposed to be there. So let's check it out real quick. All right, I think I know what the problem is. We're missing one of these guys here. Curly bracket. Huh. Yeah, I'm not missing a curly bracket. This is register. Oh, what did I do? What was that about? Put that in the wrong place. What was I doing on the last lecture, guys? I'm sorry. Else if, else. We didn't need it to return any false there, guys. I'm sorry about that. All right, anyway, let's go back here, and we're not doing anything, right? But if we pass a parameter, we pass the email address. Let's actually go ahead and get the link that we have on the text editor right here, and let's paste it right here. Enter, and you can see that we're pulling in these values. We're pulling in the validation code, and we're pulling in the email address. All right, so I don't even know why I had that in the last lecture. I don't know where I was getting the else return false. Maybe I was confusing it with this one here. If register user, that's what I was doing. I was doing it in my head right here. And then we can set something here that we say, and that's what I'm gonna do it right here. If register user, if we are able to register the user, we set this message. If we're not, we can't register them. We just put another message here and say, sorry, we could not register the user. I don't even know why I had that. Sorry about that, guys. All right, so now that we know that we're getting some values here, let's go and then work on this now. All right, so once we got the validation and the email, all we got to do is do our SQL statement, right? So let's check to see if we have a row in the database, and if we do, then we are going to be activating that user, right? So let's say we select ID from users, where what condition can we use here? Where email equals what? Email, right? So let's actually concatenate here. Let's escape it first. So we're gonna concatenate this function, and we are going to be concatenating this guy right here, cleaning it out, escaping it. All right. So where email equals email, and we can also do another statement here, another condition, and we can say where validation code equals what? Can you guess what? And actually we need this single quote here, where validation code equals validation code variable. We'll get it here like this, get, and let's actually copy this so that way we make no mistakes. There we go. All right, and semicolon there. Make sure that you have your single quotes around it. All right, if not, it's not going to work. Then the next thing to do here would be to send the query, right? So we can just send the query, assign it a variable here so we can use it a little bit more, and SQL will confirm it. All right, and then we can display some type of message. All right, and we could do an echo, you know, why not? And this one we can, because we don't need to take the user anywhere else, right? So we can do some type of message here, and I think we have a function that would display some validation. Let me see. This function display validation errors. Oh, that's for errors only. This is a success message. We can make that function a little better in the future, more generic, but let's just display a success message. Class BG success. All right, and we can say your account has been activated. Please log in. That's cool, right? Else, but before we do that, we're making this query here, but we don't know if this went through or not. Well, we actually do, because we have this confirm here. We know the query is good, but we don't know if the user was found. All right, so what we can do here is we can say if row count. Remember that function? And we count how many rows we have, and if our rows count function is equal to 1, we know that it worked. So now that way we can just echo some type of message. All right, so in order for this to work, we need to go to the URL and make sure the email is the right email inside the users table, and the validation is the right validation. And the validation code is the same as well. So two parameters have to be the same in the users table for this to work. All right, but now again, I want you to keep this in mind. If this works, we are actually echoing out, okay, your account has been activated, but we're really not doing anything here. All right, we need to do some type of update. We need to update the users table, that role for that specific user, and set active to 1, because right now active is set to 0. And remember that we are using active just to verify that the user is active, is already registered or not. So on the next lecture, we're gonna write the query for the update, and we might put this in a session or something, because we want to redirect the user to log in right away. and maybe we'll redirect them to the login.php page. So we need to set a session there so that way we can show that message somewhere else and we don't lose it with this echo when we redirect, right? So anyway, thank you so much for watching, and I'll see you in the next lecture. All right, welcome back, my dear student. So now in the last lecture, we wrote all this code here, and we are detecting if we find a row with this with the same email and with the same validation that we're getting from the URL. Pretty cool stuff. And we find one, we just echoing a success message, but we can't do that unless we first update the user, right? So let's make a query real quick here, and let's just create a query real quick to update the user to an active state, right? So we're gonna say update users, and we're gonna set active, the column active, equal to 1. And we're also going to grab a validation code column, and we're gonna set it to 0 because we don't need it anymore. The user is active, and we're gonna need that validation code later when we are doing something else, all right? When we are validating you know, maybe a forgotten password or something like that. So now we're gonna do that 0 where email is equal to email, and we're gonna concatenate here because we are going to be escaping this. And you could write escape function even when you do your query and your helper functions if you want to do that. So that way every data that you put in here is already escaped even before you put it. I like to do it like this because I like to show you how it's done as well. But if you want to go ahead and do it, escape it before it comes to this area here, you can. So that way you don't have to do what I'm doing, concatenating here all the time. All right. So now this is an email, so we need some single quotes around it. And that's about it. That's all we're gonna do here. And validation, actually, hold on. Update user sec active where validation code, actually set users active and then validation code to 0 where email equals the email. And we can make this a little stronger as well, and we can say and validation code equals the variable, and let's concatenate it as well. We're gonna escape it, and we're gonna say validation code, and this is this right here. All right, so beautiful. That should be very strong right now, and I'm gonna grab this and I'm gonna paste it right here. And we can say, you know what, result 2, so that way we can distinguish this 2. And SQ 2 and 2. All right? All right, perfect. Now we can echo the message, right? But I said that we were gonna probably set this in some type of session before, right? So let's do that. Let's just set this in a session as a message like this, and we don't need to pass these paragraphs there, right? Do we? Let's look at the message. Display message, it's just echoing the message like that, so we might need that, those paragraphs. That's okay. All right, but then after this, setting the message, we want to redirect the user to login, login.php. And what we want to do is that on login.php, we want to use the other function that displays the session. So let's go to login, and right here, all right, remember I have a container with a class of row. That's just a row. Is going to separate this row, this container, or this element from this row right here. These classes in Bootstrap separate content. All right, we just separate it into a different area, and this will make it 50% on media query. All right, anyway, let's just And I have a really good course on Bootstrap, by the way. It's a very short course. It will show you the basics. Here we're gonna use a function that displays the session if it's set. All right, so now let's try this. We got all these parameters here, as a matter of fact. I already have it here, but I got it on a text editor as well. All right, I'm gonna copy it, and this is this guy right here, 1, and we got this validation code. He's active. He's not active right now. He's at 0. All right, so if we go here and we type that in, enter, we have an error, unexpected that on 371. Let me check on this real quick. 371, we have unexpected. Oh, we forgot a semicolon somewhere here. We did not. 371, set message. Your account has been activated. Please log in. And oh, we forgot this parentheses. Let's check to see on the PHP My Admin if this account was not activated already. Refresh, and it's not, hasn't been activated, so it didn't go through. Let's do it again. All right. Enter. Your account has been activated. Please log in, and it takes us to the login.php page. All right. Let's go here and let's refresh and let's look at it. If you see it right now, you see the difference. The validation code is 0. And the active state, the active column is set to 1. All right, beautiful. It's just beautiful. All right. So we were able to change that on that user, and we're doing pretty good. So on the next lecture, we're going to continue building on this, and we're good. Oh, by the way, if it doesn't find a result, all right, that means that something went wrong here. That means we couldn't find the user, so we can set another message here saying something like we're gonna set this to danger, and we're gonna say your account, sorry, your account could not be activated. All right, and we can take this person to maybe to login.php. That's okay if for some reason the email exists. So let's try to do it now again, because the email exists already. So if we try to do the activate, let's see if I have it on here. You see, sorry, your account could not be activated. All right, perfect. All right, so it's working good, and you can modify it and make it better on your own terms. Thank you so much for watching, and I'll see you in the next lecture. Welcome back, my dear students. I hope you had a lot of fun on the last sections. On this section here, we're going to have a lot more fun, all right? Because we are building the login system. We already have a registration system in place, all right? We allow the users to come in and register with their unique username and, well, with their unique email address, right? Once they register, they get an email, all right, with an activation link that they can click and get their accounts activated in our application. It's really cool stuff, right? So far, it's been really cool. Now, we need a login system to log them in if they are activated. If they're not, we're not going to log them into the system. We don't want them there unless they activate their account. So, if you're ready to learn some really awesome stuff, some more awesome stuff, then you're in the right place. Let's get to the next lectures and let's have some more fun. All right, welcome back, my dear student. So it's time for us to go and build this login system. So let's look at it first. Let's look at our code. So let's open our editors and let's see what we need. We first need some type of validation, right? We have a validation already for our registration system. So our login system is going to be very similar, but we're going to have less inputs to deal with. So let's go ahead and open the browser and let's see what we need. if we go and click on login, we go to the login.php page, and we have two inputs here just to validate. All right, and you can do whatever you want. If you want to validate with PHP, you are welcome to, but these inputs are already validated with HTML5 with a required attribute, just like I showed you in the past. But you can, of course, validate them with an empty functionality that I showed you how to do in PHP. All right, and we can validate them with minimum and max if we wanted to. I'm not going to deal with that on this lecture here. I'm gonna do the empty one just because emails is very hard to validate an email with a lot of characters here. We might use some other advanced validations in the future, but right now our HTML5 validation is good enough for these two fields. So let's do some empty validation in PHP, and let's put some errors on here on top, and let's make sure that we have that in place. So let's go back. All right, so we got this validate user registration. I'm gonna copy this actually, and right below here, this is activate user. Let's fix this a little bit. And just gonna put function. A little comment down here would be nice. Let me take it from this function right here. All right, and validate user login. All right. So first, let's see if this works. So I'm gonna do an echo here real quick, and let's grab the validate user login, and let's go to login.php and let's look at it. All right, we already displaying a message here on login.php. Right below here, I'm going to put my call that function. All right, one thing that I wanted you to make sure is that on pages like admin, you can if you want, you can put your not pages like admin, but pages that have this little container here, you can put that display message there just in case you want to display some sessions in the future. All right, but if you want to wait for me, that's okay. But if I forget, make sure that you have, remember that this display function here is the one displaying the messages there, the session messages. But anyway, now that we have that in place, we're gonna save it. Let's go back and let's see if it works. Okay. Oops, 401 functions. What did I forget this time? Oh, curly brackets right here. There we go. All right. That's not it. Missing if line 401. Oh, I have an extra one there. There we go. All right. So this, and it works. All right. So we're getting something out of it. Beautiful. All right. So we got the min and max there, but we're not going to use that. Let's see if we can grab some of these values as well from here. We want the email and the password. I believe that's on the only two fields that we have here, email and password. Okay. We grab that. We escape it. This is a register actually. It's escaping it. We should clean it. Right here, just gonna grab this too, and instead of escaping it, we're gonna clean it. All right. All right. Beautiful. So once we clean it and we have this validation in place, then let's get the rest of it. All right, errors. All right. right, let's check for the email and the password. So we already have one here for, no, let's do empty. Actually, let's make up some new ones. So I'm gonna make some new, put this a little bit more this way. There we go. Let's create some new one. Let's just say if empty email, we're gonna use the errors array, and we're gonna say email field cannot be empty. All right. And this will be password. All right. We're not gonna do else right now, but because else would be the function, but let's just say no errors here, just to make sure that this is working. Even though it's not gonna work because we have those required fields anyway, but we should see something with the errors, with no errors, if we type this correctly. No errors. All right, perfect. All right, so now that we have some type of validation in place, I think this is good for now. All right, we need to log in the user. All right, now I want you to remember something. We have a functionality that we're going to be adding here pretty soon, and it's this session functionality, this cookie functionality. Basically, when we click on remember me, we want this application to remember us, because right now the way this works is if we close our browser, right, and we are able to log in, but we close our browser and we are still logged into our application, when we open the browser again, it's going to ask us to log in again. It's gonna forget about us. So in the future, we're gonna add this remember me functionality. I'm gonna explain it to you a little bit more later, but right now what we need to do is log in the user, and then we start working on these functionalities, all right? Because that's kind of extra for now, right? So, all right. So on the next lecture, we're going to start working on the login user functionality. And then once we log in the user, then we're going to start working on this remember me, and we're going to start working on the forgot password functionality. All right. Thank you so much for watching, and I'll see you in the next lecture. All right, welcome back, my dear student. So on this lecture, we're gonna actually learn how to create the login functionality. All right, so let's start. So now that we know that we're getting something out of it, right, out of our validation, so this function is actually working, and we can add more things later on, but right now it's fine with us. So right here is where we're gonna be calling our login user function, but let's create that first. Let's create that space. So I'm gonna grab this comment here and put it right here, and just do this user login, and I'm gonna put a comment here. All right, function. All right, perfect. So we're gonna have a function here. It's gonna be called login user. All right. And we're gonna take the email as a parameter, and we're gonna take a password. All right, beautiful. And this function is gonna return true or false depending whether the user can log in or not. All right, so we can call it right here. We can say if login user, all right, is able to log in, we can redirect the person to admin.php, else we just display some type of error. And I think we can use this function right here. Let's just paste it right here, and we can just type in something like your credentials are not correct. Something like this. I think this will work fine for us. All right. All right. So the first thing that we need is we need to do a query here, right? Remember, we're getting all these fields from here, so they're gonna be validated, they're gonna be clean, but we still need to escape it, right? So let's just do SQL and let's select it first. We're gonna select the password. We're gonna need a password and the ID from users where email equals, we're gonna do a little escaping here, where email equals the email, right? Like this. All right. We're gonna save the query in a result variable. So we're going to do this, and we can say if we find something. So we're gonna use our row count function that we created to count those rows in the table. And if our row count is equal to 1, we found somebody, right? And we can return true, of course, but we got to do a couple things before we do that. All right, but if we're not able to log in to find that record, we're going to return false, like this. All right, so if we return true, all right, now we could, if we could use this statement like this with SQL to verify the password and the email. But when we are using encrypted password, it's a different story, because we have an encrypted password in hash password. We need to use the MD5 to decode that password, so that way we can verify that is the same, that the password from the form is the same password that we have in the database. So we have to use MD5 to do that. So we need to take out the password from here, take it out from the DB, and use the MD5 to decode it. That way we can compare it with the password from the form. All right. So if we find a record, what we need to do is we need to fetch it. So we're gonna use our custom function fetch array that we created that fetch the arrays. So we're gonna fetch that. We're gonna save it here, and we're gonna bring it out. So now we can save it in a variable called db password, like this, row, and it's gonna be password. All right, so I hope you see what we're doing here. So once we have the db password, then we can use our MD5 to compare that password. So let's actually let me see if we can, oops, we have something going on here. Semicolon, there we go. Let me just write a couple comments here, functions, and a function. All right. All right, so I'm gonna leave this lecture very short. On the next lecture, we're gonna use the MD5 to decode the password, and we're gonna verify it at the same time. It's gonna be a pretty awesome lecture. So thank you so much for watching. You guys are awesome. See you in the next one. All right, welcome back, my dear students. So on the last lecture, we created this functionality right now to select the password and the ID from users where the email is the same as the email that we're getting right here. All right, and I also told you that we need to pull the password from the database, so that way we can use our MD5 function to decode it, so that way we can compare it with the password from the form. Because if we try to do it like this, just comparing the password from the DB and the form without using the MD5 function, it's not going to work, because we need to decode it. It's encrypted, remember that. All right, so it's not going to work like that. So let's do it with the MD5 function. All right, so now that we're getting the password and the ID out of here, and we're getting something here, we know that that user exists, right? We know that we're finding those. But let's go ahead and do something here. So we are fetching here, but what we really need to fetch is not the SQL. We need to fetch the result. So we need to change this to result, like this. That way we can get the real password out. All right. So if I had this as SQL in the last lecture, make sure that you have to be result. All right. So let's do this. I hope you're having a lot of fun. This is really fun. So we're gonna use the MD5 in an if statement. All right, because MD5 is gonna return either yes or no if we are able to match it. So if password from the form decoded is equal to db password, then we are golden, right? Then we can just return true. Else we just, you know what, return false. But we're gonna do a little bit more than that. I just want to show you that it works, right? False. There we go. So let's go ahead and try it. I already have a user here that's called 1, and I think his password is 123 from the form. But you can see here that he's already encrypted, and this user is activated. All right, make sure it's activated because we're checking for those things. All right. Actually, we're not checking for those things. Make sure that you are. I don't know if you are. Maybe I did on the last lecture and I took it off on this one. But make sure that it is n active equals 1. I think already I did on the last lecture, and for some reason I took it off. All right. Okay, let's try this now. Let's go back to it, and let's just do the email 1, 1, 2, and 3 login. Oops, unexpected on 522. What could that be now? I don't remember. Right here, this is a little guy right here. See the 522 right here. So put a semicolon there if you don't have it. All right, let's refresh. Let's try it again. 1, 1, 2, and 3 login. Oops. 1, 1, 2, and 3 login. There we go. So it's working. All right. So if we have the wrong password, it doesn't work. Let's just try with the wrong password just in case, just to make sure. 1, and let's just try some gibberish stuff. Login, and you can see that it says your credentials are not correct. So even our credentials errors are actually popping up. Really cool stuff, right? Really flexible. All right. So this is beautiful like this, right? Now on the next lecture, we're gonna build a function that will take care of the login for us, right? We already know that we are logged in, but we need to actually record this in a session so that way we can detect it from other places in our application. We don't want it to just depend on a static, functionality where it allows us to log in, but then it doesn't remember us. We need to actually let our application know that we are logged in, and if we are logged in, it should allow us to be anywhere in our application. If we're not logged in, it shouldn't allow that user or the administrator, of course, be to that place. All right. So anyway, thank you so much for watching this lecture. I hope you're having a lot of fun and learning a lot of stuff. And I'll see you in the next one. All right. Take care. All right. Welcome back, my dear student. So it's time for us to build this really cool function that will allow us to be logged in all the time. But first of all, if we are able to verify the password, the first thing that we need to do is save this in a session, right? We need to let our application know that we are good. So we'll save something in a session. Let's save the email. So we'll save the email in a session, right? We set that up, and now we can create a function to allow us to be logged in all the time. Let's just and a function there. So let's create this logged in function here. Let's grab some comments. Logged in function. All right, so this function is going to be called logged in, like this. I don't think we need to give it any parameter. This function is just going to make sure that the session is set. So we're going to set this here like this. We're going to make sure it's set, and if it's set, we're just going to return true. All right? Else will return false. All right. So now all we got to do is use this guy right here when we log in. All right. So if we go to admin, let's go to admin.php. Right here on admin, we can write that if we wanted to. Let's do it right here so you can see it. So if logged in, right? If we're logged in, then we can say something like echo logged in. All right, like that. So let's just make sure that we put some quotes around that. All right, so if we're logged in, let me just do it like this so it's clear for you. All right, so if it's logged in, it's gonna do that. Else we can redirect back to index or something like that. All right, so let's try this. Let's log in so we can set that session. Oops. 1, 2, and 3. Log in. Admin. What did I forget? Line 11. This is a function. Parentheses right there. All right. It says logged in. As you can see that. You see that? Beautiful. So now that we logged in, we need to build a functionality that is logged out as well, that allow us to log out, right? So on the next lecture, we'll build that up and then we'll start implementing some more advanced features, all right? Thank you so much for watching and I'll see you in the next lecture. Welcome back, my dear student. So now in the last lecture, we built this really cool functionality where we are able to log in, right? We set the session and we detect the session with this function. And we put this function basically in an if statement, right? And we say if logged in, please, show this, or if not, redirect back. Now we need to build a function where we can log out, all right? And that's going to be a breeze, all right? It's going to be super easy. So let's go into our logout template right here. There's nothing there, so we just gonna write some PHP right here. We don't even need to close the PHP tag because we're not going to be writing any HTML. All right, and that's the only reason why we would close this. So we just let the server know, listen, I'm just going to write PHP and that's it. All right. First of all, we want to, and you can include if you want to, because we need a session here. So we need session start. But if you go ahead and include, I think if we include our init, it already has that. And it already has functions as well. So it's up to you if you want to do that. All right. So let's go to logout again. And I'm going to include it. That way I don't have to be putting a lot of stuff here. So on logout, I just have to go to functions. And that would be init.php. All right, so now that's included, and all I got to do is session destroy and redirect, because now I have access to our functions. Redirect to index or login.php. All right. And now we got to check on our navigation, because our navigation has that logout and we got to make sure that it goes to logout.php, and it does. All right. So now if we log out, it takes us back to login.php. All right. So now let's try to access admin.php, enter, and it takes us back to home. You see that? So everything is working. Let's log in now. We're doing very good. Aren't you happy? We're getting a lot of stuff done, really cool functionalities. 1, 2, and 3. Logged in. Beautiful. All right. And log out. Oh, this is working really cool, really fast. And you should be, very proud of yourself by now. All right. So anyway, on the next lecture, I think we're going to be targeting some more really cool functionalities with the remember me functions right here. All right, because I want to show you how to do that. Right now, if I'll show you in the next lecture, but right now, if we close our browsers and we try and we are logged in, everything will be erased. I'll show you out and I'll explain some more in the next lecture. All right. All right. Thank you so much for watching, and I see you in the next lecture. Take care. All right. Welcome back, my dear students. So on the last lecture, I was going to explain to you, and I just wanted to do it in a separate lecture. I wanted to explain that when you close the browser, all right, and you're logged in, let's say, for example, we just come here, we log in. Now we have this session right in place, and we close everything. I'm just going to close all my browser windows. I'm going to close internet there. If I open this again, all right, and I try going to localhost something here to log in, you can see that I'm in that PHP. We're now logged in. It will redirect us back to index.php. All right, and the reason is because we are saving our login information in a session. And a session is only available for a session of time, all right? Only until the browser is active. Once you close your windows in your browser, you will lose that session because the session is managed in the server side. All right, and it has a cookie as an identifier. I'm going to show you that cookie later on, but it's called session ID, and that's the cookie, that's the identifier for that session in the server. So once you close your windows, that session is gone. All right, so what we need to do is we need to set up a system where our browsers can remember us even if we close our windows. Our application can remember us no matter what. So we're going to do that by setting cookie expiration dates. All right. So setting cookies is it's different than sessions because cookies is managed in the browser. All right. So the browser is going to remember that cookie all the time. The session is killed once you close your browser window. So that's it. All right. But cookies, we can let it be there for a year, 2 years, as many years as we want. And I'm going to show you how to do that. All right. So we're going to do it by when we click on this little button right here, we're going to say, okay, we're going to send that request. We're going to send that variable. It's going to be called remember me. And we're going to catch it in that login. And, when we set it, we're going to set a cookie. But when we don't set it like this, we're not going to set that cookie. All right. So we need to, create a functionality. So let's go ahead and do that. Let me show you how to do it. Let's go to our functions.php and all the way down here where we have our login information, login function right here. All right. So we can do this. Once we find that we have somebody like that and we pass the password, then we can set that. All right. All right. So, all right, let me show you first of all, we need to pass the parameter remember from the function. So we need to go to our login.php and let me show you right now. We have a remember checkbox. All right, that's a checkbox and it's taking this remember variable to the post super global, right? So we need to catch that. So let's catch it. All right, in our validation as well. So we need to say remember. Now, if we are trying to use this remember here without actually checking for it first, all right. So when we try to log in, if we try to log in like this and we are pulling this value here, it's going to give us a like an identify index remember, and that's a problem. So what we need to do is we need to put the ESET function there to check it. All right, so we can do something like this: clean. We can clean everything, and then we can just say ESET. All right, and we'll check for post remember. All right, so we can do that. And now we can take this to our login right here. There. All right, and now here we can do some work, right? All right, so now that we find that is the right this is the right user, we're able to verify that the password is correct. We can do a couple more things here. If that remember is equal to on, and that's what it's gonna equal to if it's checked, and if it's not checked, it's going to be equal to off. All right, that's the way it's set up. So if it's equal to on or checked, right, then we're gonna set a cookie. So we're gonna use the function set cookie. I'm gonna show you how this works. We put the name of the cookie first, and we can name it email if we want to. We can name it whatever we want. Then we put the value, and we can put whatever value we want, but I'm just gonna put the value is gonna be email. All right, and the third parameter is going to be the time. All right, so this is how it works. I'm going to be using the time function. It's gonna give me all the time from 1970, I believe, to now in milliseconds. That's how it works. But if you add something to it, I'm gonna add 60. This means now that this cookie will expire in 60 seconds, which means 1 minute. All right. So once we have this in place, all right, and now we have this, now we have to go to our login functionality and also update that there, because if we don't update that in our login functionality, we have a problem, right? Well, we're not going to be able to stay logged into the system. I'll show you right now. Let's go to our logged in functionality, and right here what we need to do is we need to check if it's set, the session email, if it's set, or it's set the cookie. And this is how you check that. Cookie, I believe, like this. There we go, cookie. And then we write the name of the cookie, which is email. All right, so now you're checking for either or, right? For any of those, for a session or cookie. And we're gonna set that cookie anyway, right? And it's gonna be returned true. But remember, when that cookie expires, this condition is not going to be valid. So it's only going to be checking for session, right? When it expires, it's not going to find this one, and it's going to return what? True for session only. So when we close the browser, it's going to redirect if the cookie expires. Because the cookie expires, is no longer exists. It's unset. All right? So that's perfect. So in the next lecture, I'll show you how to check for the cookies, if, for the sessions, and how to know when they expire or not, if it was set or not. Anyway, thank you so much for watching this lecture, and we'll continue this on the next one. Hope you're having a lot of fun and learning a lot of cool stuff. Take care. Welcome back, my dear students. So in the last lecture, we talked a little bit about, I gave you some explanation about, the cookies and the sessions, right? And we know how they work. So now in this lecture, I'm going to show you how to use them. Now I'm going to modify this a little bit. Here in the validate user login function, we need to actually take this off a little from here, because it's not going to work like that. I just remember that if we try to enclose this function inside the clean custom function, is not going to work. So you might want to do something like this. All right, clean inside the ESET, and that should work. All right, you can try it the other way and you can see that it's not going to work. But anyway, so here we got to make sure that we're passing all these parameter, all these things, these variables here, remember, to our login user function as well. So right here we got to pass it in, don't forget that. All right, and we also have to pass it in right here. So because we're gonna be using it inside here. Remember. All right. And you can do it whatever you want. We're gonna have to do a check here to see if this is clicked or not. Because if it's clicked, we want to be able to set the cookie, and if it's not, we don't want to set the cookie. So we can do it right here, right? If the user has the right password. We don't want to do these functionalities unless we know that they have the right password, right? And plus, we're already setting a session here. Why not do it here as well? So we're gonna say something like this: if remember is equal to on, and this checkbox is going to be equal to on when it's checked, and when it's not, it's going to be equal to off. So that's how we can detect that. So if it's on, then we're gonna set the cookie, and we're gonna use a predefined function, set cookie, and the first parameter is going to be email. Second parameter is going to be the content, and in this case we're just going to set an email for it, but we can put whatever we want. Third parameter is going to be the time, and I'm going to put the time function. All right, so the time function is going to give me all the time from 1970, I believe, to now in milliseconds. It's just going to be a horrible number. But if we put a plus symbol and we say, you know what, 60, that would mean that this cookie will expire in 60 seconds. Isn't that beautiful? All right. Of course, you don't want to set the cookie for 60 seconds. You want to set it for something like maybe a whole day. I think it's like 3,600 or 86,000 seconds. I just got to look at it. But we can really do a Google search and convert 1 day to seconds, and you can see how many it is. But we'll do that later. So now we're setting the cookie here. Now, let's go to our login function here, because we are only checking for session. Let's make sure that we are also checking for cookies. So or is set cookie like this, and we write the cookie name that we're checking for. All right. So if we find out that the email is the session email is set, right, we're gonna return true. Or if the cookie is set, we're gonna return true. All right, so this should work very good for us right now. Let's try it. And you make sure that you put your comments. I'm gonna start putting my comments when I'm not showing you guys anything. All right, so that way I don't waste time of my lectures putting comments. But anyway, oops, can I use? You know what? We cannot use ESET like that either. All right, you can use null instead. All right, let's just take it off for now. Let's just find out where it is first. Where is it? Where is it? There we go. We can't use it either. We can just do it here and clean it up if we wanted to, but that's fine. We're gonna leave it like this right now. There's no way. By the way, they're not going to give us SQL injection through the little checkbox, but just make sure you save it. We'll clean it up later if we want to, but right now let's just do this. All right, so if we write the email, and I already have a user called juan@gmail.com, right? If I do 1, 2, and 3, but I don't check on this, I log in. Now you can go to here. I'm using Google Chrome, by the way, which I think is one of the best browsers. I think I already said this, but anyway, you go to settings, then we go to a show advanced settings, content settings, all cookies and sites. We only got one cookie available, and that is the session. If we click on it, we see that we only have that session. This is the name of the identifier for the session. And how do we get this? Because we already have session start in our application. Our application is already getting starting a session, so that's how we get this. And this is the content that goes to the server, and then we control it over there. All right, but anyway, enough with the lectures about sessions. So the cookie wasn't set, right? So let's log out and let's try it again. 1, 1, 2, and 3. Remember me. Login. Beautiful. So now, if we go here to settings and we go to advanced settings, we are in advanced setting, content, all cookies and data. We see that we got 2 cookies. That looks exciting, right? Beautiful. Now we were able to set the cookie. And what is the content? The email address of the user. Now it's not going to put the @ symbol in here, but you can see that it is the email address of the user. And it's going to expire in what? 1 minute. You see that here? So it's probably already expired by now. All right. So let's log out real quick. And let me show you. Let's do it again. 1, 2, and 3. Login. All right. So now if we take our browser, we close our browser within 1 minute. All right. Remember, we got to do this under 1 minute. And we try to open our application in admin.php. We can see that we still logged in, right? Beautiful. And remember, before it was logging us out. Why? Because we didn't have a cookie set. All right. So it's working. Now, the next thing is we got to make sure that we put this in the logout as well. All right. We got to make sure that we unset the cookie. So in the next lecture, I'm going to get into that because it just takes a little bit of explanation, but it's working. All right. We're going to keep refreshing here. And if you want, you can wait your 30 seconds. That is going to take for this to log out, and you keep refreshing and refreshing, and you're going to see that this is going to take you to the index.php because the cookie is going to be unset soon. All right. But anyway, thank you so much, and I see you in the next lecture. All right. Welcome back, my dear students. So in this lecture, we are going to be unsetting our cookie. So that way we can log them out too as well. Now, by now my cookie is probably expired. So if I click refresh, it should take us back to index. Refresh, and as you can see, we're back to index. Right? All right, perfect. So let's go to our logout page, and we're gonna do something here. All right. So the first thing that we're going to do is to check to see if we have a cookie, right? Because if we have a cookie, if we don't have a cookie, then we shouldn't do anything. All right, email. So that's that cookie name. So if we have a cookie, and let's actually indent this a little bit. All right, so if we have a cookie, first thing is unset the cookie. So we're gonna use that pre-build function from PHP, unset. And then, just to make it very clear, we're gonna say, I want to set the cookie to an empty value, all right? And I want to minus whatever time I gave it in the beginning, which was 60 seconds. So I'm gonna minus it, all right? That is gonna make it very clear that that's our intention, is to take care of this cookie, all right? Now, I really want to be logged into our application, right? I don't want to be logging in and logging out because we're going to be working on it, right? So let's actually go to Google real quick and say something like 1 day 2 seconds. All right. All right. 86,000. All right. Let's actually do that. Let's go to login to functions. And right below here, let's just say plus 86,400, logout minus 86,400. All right, I hope that's very clear to you what we're doing here. All right, so that way we're always logged into our application. Maybe we'll log out later, but right now I want to be logged in, because if we're not, I want to kick the user out. 2 and 3, remember me, and that's it. All right. So now that we have this working for us, what is the next step? Well, the next step is to work on the forgotten password in login. Right here, login.php. All right, and plus we also don't want to show this if we are logged in, but we're gonna work on that, on extra features or something like that. We can work on this too. We can show certain links if we are logged in. If we're not, we don't show them. That's super easy to do with that function that we created if logged in, right? So I'm pretty sure you guys can do that, but we're gonna do that probably later on when we are tying in loose ends, you know, when we are making loose ends not loose. All right, so let's work on this functionality. We click on this, it's gonna take us to recover.php, and this is where we got to be working. All right, on the next lecture I'm going to explain exactly how this is going to work and what we are going to be doing. So anyway, thank you so much for watching, and I'll see you in the next lecture. Take care. All right, welcome back, my dear student. So on this lecture here, we're going to be starting with this functionality, right? What we want here is basically we want the user to come from login, and if they forgotten their password, we want them to type in their email. We're going to go into our system and we're going to check for that email address. And then depending if we find that email address, we're going to send the user a link so they can reset their password. All right, so it's gonna be a pretty cool functionality. I want you to get really excited, all right, because you're gonna be learning some really cool stuff on this new section here. But anyway, let's start right away, right? And let's do it. So let's go to the recover.php, and this is where we're gonna be putting our function. All right, so we're not going to do validation here because we only have one field. Maybe a little bit of validation, not too much. All right, so let's go to functions.php. Let's put a little comment here real quick. A recover password. All right, recover password. Let's write it down. Recover password. Or you can name it something else. It doesn't have to be recover. Right now they're not recovering a password, but we're just gonna name it like this for now. You can name it whatever you want, something that sounds good for you. All right, the important thing is to learn how to do this. So the first thing is that we are going to be using is making sure that our form works, right? And we do that all the time. And we say request method is equal to what? To post, right? And we're going to be using a really cool helper function that I told you that we were going to be using. All right. But anyway, before we do that, let's make sure that we're getting something out. It works. All right, let's go and put this there to our recover.php. Let's just take all this out of here. We don't need none of this stuff here for now. All right. So where are we going to be putting this stuff? Let's just do it right here. All right. Save it here. And let's check it out. It works. All right, so we know it works now. So what is that helper function that I was telling you about? Well, let's go and find out. Let's go all the way to the top and token generator. Remember that? Beautiful. So let me show you what a token generator can do. Let's go back to recover.php, and right here we have a field, an input that is type hidden, so nobody can see this. All right, now we're gonna be actually using this function right here, and we're gonna echo it out like this. Actually, let me see if it already has echo. It doesn't have the echo, so we have to echo it out. So echo token generator. What's that going to do? Well, let's see it. Let's see it in action. Let's refresh. Let's check page source, and right now you can see the value here. It has a whole bunch of strings, and this is already encrypted with MD5, unique ID, random. And if we refresh again, look at these numbers, all right, 03 and FD at the end. Refresh, you can see that it changed again. Every time I refresh, it gives me a different number. So that's what we want, right? Because we are going to be checking on this form to see if this is the same, all right, that is on this form at the moment when they submit that. So that way no software can go and try to do this later from another place, right? Submit information from another bad software or something like that. So anyway, so that's our token generator there. So let's actually test for that real quick before we go to the next lecture. So remember that we are setting a session, as a matter of fact, with that function, right? So let's check it. So if session is set, token, all right, and let's make this a little stronger. Post. Remember, we are also sending a post token, but if the post token is equal to session talking. Then we can do something, and that's crazy secure, isn't it? All right, that would be just crazy. Let's just refresh. Oops, on functions 575, what did I do here? If it said session talking, oh, you know what, I forgot my this here, and this should have only one here, and we should have this here. Let's just, all right, let's put some comments here. Functions, I'm getting too excited too fast. All right, post requests. All right, let's put that in the middle there. All right, let's check it right now. Let's go back to it, refresh, and now if we set, it works. All right, so now all our validations are working for that specific form. That is crazy secure, guys. All right, and tell everybody that Edwin Diaz showed you how to do this. It's pretty awesome, right? So in the next lecture, we're going to continue working on this. We're going to pull out that email from there, and we're going to verify to make sure that that email is the same one for that specific user. And if it is, then we're going to, validate this stuff. So perfect. You're doing really good if you're following me here. Thank you so much, and I'll see you in the next lecture. All right, welcome back, my dear students. On the last lecture, we created these checks here just to verify that, whatever information we're getting is coming from that form, right? Or that person is on this form. Perfect. We don't need to do a lot of validation here because we're going to be able to, what we're going to do is we're going to send a link to that person, right? We're going to send a link to that email address that's coming from the form, and they have to go into that email and click it. All right. So we need to verify that email exists in our database, and we already have a function for that. So we can say something like if email exists, and we bring in that post super global, which is post, and we can clean this up a little bit. Let's just clean it up before we put it in here, so it's very clear that we're doing that. Let's just put in a variable. Let's just escape it. Escape. There we go. And let's just do this. Post email. All right. And this is coming from this input right here. Email. All right. All right. So once we clean it up a little bit, actually we are escaping it there. And that just reminded me, make sure that this data that you got up here, all right, well, we are actually escaping it, so we're good. You just make sure any data there you're escaping, just in case I missed something, make sure that you didn't, all right? But anyway, beautiful. All right, if email exists, let's make sure that we have all our checks in place, or curly brackets, post tokens, token checks. All right, and then email check. So if the email exists, then we want to go ahead and send an email to that person. So same email. All right, and we're gonna, let me see, is this what we want to do? So we're gonna send them an email, they're gonna click on the email, or you know what, we can actually, from here, we can actually verify, instead of sending him an email, and take him to the code.php page, which is this page right here. I think that's a better option. Code.php. Oops. Is that it? But we have an error there in 584. I think we stopped writing. Yeah, this function right here. All right, code.php. You see that? So we can verify that user and send them to this page. We can send them a code as well, and then send them to this page. You know what? Let's send them a code. Let's send an email. Let's keep it like that. So that way we can send the code over email and they can do that. Let's do that with email. That's fine. It's more secure. So we're gonna send an email. Oh, let's make sure that this is the email right here. So we're gonna send an email, and that's gonna have the email address, right? And the subject. the message and headers. All right, so let's work on the subject. The subject is gonna say please reset your password, and we're gonna verify this later, all right? But the message is gonna be like this, and we can use the delimiter, the functionality I showed you before if you want to do that. That's up to you. All right, so you can put your delimiter and do this. It's up to you. I'm gonna do it like this for now, but please click the link below to reset your password. Actually, you know what? Let's actually, here is your reset, your password reset code, and we're gonna have to give them a code. So we're gonna have to create this code right here. All right, so let's do it. Let's create this validation code. All right, MD5, and we can use the email for that, and we can add some micro time to it just to make it a little bit stronger. So that would be the validation code right here. Oops. All right, let's put a little $sign there. Here's your validation code. Click here. To reset your password. And then we're gonna put the address here. HTTP localhost code.php. All right. And we're gonna send some parameters, right? We can send the email the user just to make sure that we have the right user, and the validation code, ampersand and code. All right, beautiful. And the headers, of course, validation code and the headers from, and we could actually make this permanent in that send mail function, make the headers permanent, but like a default, so that way we don't have to do that. No reply, and this would be your website.com. All right, this looks good. We send the email, and that's beautiful. All right, in the next lecture we are going to also make sure that this page is only available for a certain amount of time, but by setting a cookie with an expiration, because we don't want anybody to come here. If the cookies expire, and if we send the link to the person already to enter this code here, we don't want this page to be available, you know, a year from now, because anybody can come here and keep trying and trying and trying to hack it, and they maybe will be successful, right? So we want to make sure that this expires, and if it does expire, we're going to kick the person out of here and send them somewhere else and let them know, listen, your cookie expired. You need to go and, you know, go to the recover.php page again and try it again. So anyway, thank you so much for watching this lecture. We are done with this functionality for now, but we're going to, again, set some cookies here and some messages, all right? Thank you so much for watching, and I'll see you in the next lecture. All right, welcome back, my dear student. So it's time for us to set some cookies. Well, one cookie actually, to so that our code.php page is not available all the time. So let's do that right here. Let's use our set cookie here. We're learning a lot about cookies, right? We're gonna call this cookie set temp access code or something like that. And you know what? Let's put the validation in here. Validation code. All right, and let's add expiration day, a time, and we're gonna set it to 1 minute for now. All right. Beautiful. So that's what we're gonna do for now. We're gonna set this to expire every second. All right. All right. So what next? The next thing that we got to do is work on what's receiving this information, right? Right now, this is what it's gonna happen. All right, when they are in the recover.php, right? We're gonna do all this stuff, and we're gonna send that to the email, and they're gonna click on this code.php page right here with the code, with the email. All right, we gotta make sure that that's correct, and the code. Then we're gonna receive that. So, but I want to make sure that this is actually working right now, that it's finding this okay. All right, so if email exists, we do all this, but if email doesn't exist, we just got to do an else statement and echo out some validation error. Validation errors, and we just say this email does not exist. All right, and here, if for some reason this is not the same, the token is not the same, we are going to be redirecting this user somewhere else. If the token is not set and it's not the same, that generator, we're gonna redirect them to the index or something like that. Redirect, and make sure you put your comments, okay? That way you don't forget what this is actually doing. All right, so let's check it to see if it works, right? Let's go to recover.php, recover, and let's type in some email that doesn't exist. I know for sure my email, edwinds, doesn't exist. This email does not exist. You see that? All right, but another thing that we need to do is, all right, once we have once we settle this in place, we could make this a little stronger by inserting that validation code inside the database of the user. All right, not only do we put it in this session here, but we can also put it in that validation column inside the user. That would make it a lot stronger, don't you think? All right, let's do that real quick. SQL, and super easy to do. Update users, set validation code equal to what? To that validation code that we got there, right? So let's just do it right here. Validation code, like this. Make sure that you escape it as well, right? So I'm gonna do Command Z, and there we go. Escape it. And where email, so we're gonna do that where statement equals that email escaped as well. Escape, and I believe at this point we got the email. Yes, we do. There we go. Semicolon there, we'll make sure. And now that we have that in place, we need to send the query in. I just save it in this query SQL, confirm it, make sure that everything is working according to plan, so that way you have no problems, and if you do, you know about it. Confirm result. All right, so now let's see if this works. So let's go into a PHP admin, localhost, PHP my admin, and let's see our users. What do we got? So we got some users here with 0 validation. This is Juan. Let's do Juan real quick. All right, so we set in the validation to 0. All right, We're leaving the password the same. We're not resetting it. We're not making it 0 right now. So if we type in Juan's email, we should be able to see the validation code in there. Let's see if that works. All right, and we should actually implement some type of message if it goes through. And it says, it sends the email, and we should echo some type of message here if it goes through. So we can actually test this as well. If send email is not good, we can echo some errors too. So let's echo some errors. And this is gonna give us an error because our localhost is not really set up to send emails, and it's not going to. All right, to send email with localhost is really complicated, so I'm not gonna do that in this lecture because I know maybe 95% of you will not be able to do it, and if you are will be able to do it. It will take you some hours, a lot of hours to get it done, and I don't want to deal with that because it's really complicated and I don't recommend it. I have users messed up their whole system just trying to get localhost to work with emails. So if you want to go ahead and Google it, you can, and you can try it on your own, but on this course I'm not going to show you how to do that. What I'm going to show you is how to test it to make sure it works, and how to take it to the live server and make sure it works there, because ultimately we want this in a live server, right? So that's what I'm going to show you. But anyway, if we are able to send the email, we're going to say, actually, if we are not, but please check. You can now, this is going to be, we're going to set some type of, we're going to redirect the user back to, let me see something here. Recover. We're not going to echo anything there, but if for some reason it's bad, we're going to echo something here. Let's just do it like this for now. Email could not be sent. I just want you to know how to do this, because this returns bad if not. Email could not be sent, and we're going to get these errors. I just want you to see that. But anyway, click on it. Identify variable headers. Okay, we need to fix that. But you see that email could not be sent? Beautiful. All right, and now if we go back here and we refresh, we can see a code here which is crazy, and we just got to make sure that it's the right code, and it doesn't look like it is right now. It looks like it's a mess. But anyway, let's check for headers real quick. We only have this one here. There we go. All right, validation code. What did happen with validation code? MD5. Oh, it has to be plus here. All right, not two parameters, it's plus. That's why we got some crazy stuff going on. So let's do it again. All right, Juan is the email at gmail.com. Reset. Email could not be sent. That's okay, because we are on localhost. In a real life server, you will get a really good cool message. But anyway, we go back here and we refresh, and we can see that our new validation code right here. So it did go through, and we were able to do some cool things, right? So we set the validation code again for the user, and now the next step would be to detect that all these changes that we have done here, all right, in our code.php page, because that's the link they're gonna be clicking to activate, to reset their password, right? So when we send this, and another thing is that we don't want them to be here too long, right? So we actually are setting, we already have a validation cookie for this, right? 60 seconds. So right now this is expired. All right. Well, they can be here all they want, but we're going to set that in the code.php page. All right. Anyway, thank you so much for watching this lecture, and we're going to jump into the code.php page, and we're going to do some detection there, and some data extraction and validation. It's going to be pretty cool. Thank you so much for watching. I'll see you in the next lecture. Welcome back, my dear student. So this is working really good for us for now. Now we need to go to our code.php page and make some validation there. We're gonna work on the errors here later on, displaying some things. Now, if we are able to actually send an email to the user, we want to be able to display something here, like check your email for anything like that, right? Right now, we try to do this, 1@gmail.com. All we get, actually, it's already expired. That's why it's doing that to us. So let's go here real quick. And as you can see, if it's already expired, our cookie, not our cookie, it's gonna redirect us. So it cannot detect the talking right here, the session talking. All right. So let's go to that recover page. Recover.php. There we go. Anyway, let's do this 1@gmail.com. All right. Email could not be sent. This is the only thing that we are getting here. All right. Now, when this is sent, we want to redirect the user somewhere else, right? And maybe instead of having the user here, we can just redirect them to index or something and say, you know what? Go check your email for an activation link. We don't want to keep the user here. So I just wanted you to see that we can do this, detect if the email was sent or not. But really, we want to redirect the user somewhere else, right? So let's do that. Let's if the email was not sent, we're just not gonna do anything, but we're gonna redirect anyway. All right, so we can use this if not send email. All right, I'll show you right now. gmail.com. Oops. All right. All right, let's do it. Let's do a little smaller, right? This time like this. You see that? Same thing, shorter code. All right, so if not saying email, we do this. But in reality, this is gonna work anyway. So what we wanna do is redirect the user. So let's redirect it right here. We're gonna set a message first. And we got a function to do that. And oops, let's put some paragraphs here. And all right, let's give it a class of maybe bg success and say please check your email, your spam folder, or a spam folder for an activation, a password reset. Let me see. That's what we're doing right here, right? Code. All right, and then we're gonna redirect the user to index or something like that. All right. All right, so please check your email. Email or spam folder for a password reset code. Excuse me. I think we already have this in index.php. We displaying the message there. So let's check it out real quick if that works. At gmail.com. Please check your email or spam folder for a reset code. All right, that works. Let's just put it some type of text center there. Just make that code a little bit more straight. Of course, we refresh, that's not gonna work. But anyway, we know it works. We're sending a message, we're redirecting the user. Beautiful. All right. So now that we got that done, let's go and work on the function that is going to detect all this real quick. All right. Right here. Code validation. All right. So this page here, this code validation function, we got to think about it a little bit, what it's going to do. All right, what is the best approach? First, we need to check to see if we are able to access, if the cookie is set, basically the temp access code cookie. So that's the first thing that we need to check here, because if it's not set, we don't want that person to be here. So temp access, if it's set, then we do whatever we have to do. If not, we redirect, and we redirect to where? To the recover.php, so they can do it again. Recover.php, but we set up some type of message here, and we say set message, right? And let's just get something from here. Let's just grab this guy right here so we don't have to write that again. All right. And we can just say sorry, your validation cookie was expired. And we might want to do something else. We might want to go to the database and give them a different validation code or something like that. All right. But that's fine. Let's do it like this. So if the cookie is set, then we also want to check to see if we're getting anything from the server, like any GET request, right? So we do the server, get the request method equals GET, right? And then in here we can check to see if it's set. We're doing a lot of validation, but this is very good. All right, don't get scared. The more the better. And it's set code. Remember, we're getting those parameters as well. Then we want to do something with this person. All right. So in the next lecture we'll continue with this, but we got to test it and make sure that everything is valid. And if it's not valid, of course, we're gonna redirect the user somewhere and tell them. But right now we're doing good. We're doing very good if you're following me. Very good. Pause the video if you have to when I'm doing it too fast, and make sure that you understand every step that we're doing here. I'm doing it a little faster now because by now you should know all this. All right. Thank you so much, and I'll see you in the next lecture. All right, welcome back, my dear student. So we got all these verifications here, right? Why don't we just check it out before we write any more code? Let's see if this is working, right? Let's go to our code.php and make sure that you got your function, that you're calling your function right here, right? So let's make sure that we are putting this there and calling it. Let's go back to functions. And you know what I'm going to do? I think we're overkilling this a little bit, because we're checking for a GET request, and then we're checking to see if some specific GET request is set. Let's just take this off here. That way we got less code here. And if email and the code GET requests are set, we do something. We can also do this. If they're not set, all right. And we can also do, let me see, we can also do an else if here and check to see if they're empty, right? So else if GET request is empty. And I mean, just a little bit, you know, I like to do things like this. Is personal reference. I think it would be good for you to also do this. All right. If it's empty, or code, if it's empty, then we do certain things, right? right now we're doing, there we go. All right, so if we're not getting anything, if it's not set, we're gonna redirect to index PHP or something like that. All right, and I'll do this right here as well. Else, that means something is good, right? That means it's good. And we can do something here. We could check to see if the post is set. All right, so post code is set. If it's set, then we are going to be doing some really cool stuff here. All right, so don't get confused by all this if statement. All right, just make sure that you have it correct. All right, we just want to make sure that all this is good. This is a couple of validations there that we need to verify. But anyway, let's just say getting post from form here. Now, if we go back, our temp access code is going to be expired. So we're gonna probably go here. All right, so let's go to our code.php. Let's open this up a little bit and let's go. This is a reset page. I don't know why I was there, but let's go to code.php and we got some errors here on 672 unexpected curly bracket 672. That's because we're missing one of these there. All right, let's do it now. There we go. Sorry, your validation cookie was expired. Of course, we want to probably say something else. Not validation cookie, maybe validation code or something like that, but we'll fix that later if we have to, or change it. All right. Anyway, let's just get something for one, gmail.com. Enter. And all right, perfect. So now let's go to our code.php and now we're able to access it. All right. So if we type something here, continue, it says getting post from the form, and this post code.php, this code right here is coming from the form, from the input right here in code.php. All right, perfect. So if we're getting that, we can clean that up a little bit, right? We can also clean this up a little bit as well here if we're gonna use it later. But all right. So let's of course we got to clean this up a little bit. That would be nice. We can just use the function, clean it up a little bit, just in case we got some crazy characters there. And let's call this validation code on validation code like this. All right, that's perfect. All right, so now what are we going to do? Well, we got to make some queries happen here. All right, so let's say, first of all, we need to find out if this code exists and compare it to what we have in our database table. So let's say select ID from users where validation code equals this validation code that's coming in, but we are going to escape it just in case. Escape validation code. There we go. We can make it a little bit more secure and we can get the get request right here as well. All right, so we can clean this up a little bit and like this. Let's see if that will work for us. We get the email as well. All right, so where validation code equals and email equals the email, escaped of course. All right, let's see if we get some type of result with this. All right, we're cleaning it up and we are also escaping it. So we're doing a lot of work here. Hopefully this will work for us. If not, we'll fetch it, don't worry. So let's result, let's do query here, let's send it in. And let's also confirm it. Beautiful. You can probably put this confirm inside the query function, and that way you don't have to be confirming all the time. So you can go to your db.php right here, go to your query. Actually, we are confirming it. I don't even know why we keep doing this. So we are confirming. We don't even have to confirm it, guys. All right, so we just do overkilling that in reality. So wherever you have it confirmed, take it off. We don't need it anymore. You probably were asking yourself, why in the world is he confirming every time he's doing a query? But anyway, I'm gonna take that off from the rest later, but right now we're good. All right, so anyway, once we have this, it's being confirming everything, it's being sent, and all we have to do is check to see if we have it. So if row count is equal to 1, then we're good to go. We found something, right? And then we can redirect the user to our reset page, that PHP page. Else, we can display some bad validation. So we can echo validation errors, and we can say something like, sorry, wrong validation code. Something like that. All right, so I'm gonna leave it the way it is right now. On the next lecture, we'll test this and see where we at and to see if it works. All right, so anyway, thank you so much for watching this lecture. I'm so glad that you are here in my course, and if you have any questions, you can ask me all the time, anytime, and I'll be try to answer your question as soon as possible. See you in the next lecture. Take care. All right, welcome back, my dear students. Very good, very good, very good that we are here again. Let's check it out. Let's check to see if we are able to get the right validation going, so that way we can get redirected to the reset.php page, or else we get some errors. Let's see if we can make this happen. All right, so let's go to that code.php page, and I think it's gonna redirect us now. All right, because our cookie was expired. Let's go and get some new session going for this guy right here, 1, which is a pretty cool guy, right? Don't you think? He's always letting us use his email, right? So, all right, so now we have to type the right validation for this to happen. So we need to replace this validation code here that we have in our text editor. Hopefully you're following me, with the new one here. So we got 1 right here, and away we go. There we go, our new one. Let's see if now we try to go to that code page with all the credentials, with all the stuff, and it will redirect us, right? Well, it's not gonna redirect us. We got to type in that that code in the bots. You see, it will only allow us to go into that, but it's redirecting us because for some reason is telling us that something is wrong. It's hitting one of these guys here. If it's not set, get email or get code, it's gonna redirect us. Let's check it out again. Okay, this is wrong right here. This is supposed to be email and equal to 1 Gmail. Enter now. The validation cookie expired. Let's do it again real quick. But now we got the right one. Let's just correct this text editor real quick here. to email. All right, there we go. Let's do it again. 1 at Gmail. I think I had it in 15 minutes, but I took it down to 1 minute again for my cookie expiration date. All right, let's go back to the database real quick. Let's refresh. Double click here, come back here, and let's test this before it expires again. There we go. Now we should get it. All right, enter. Now we're able to enter that code. So now if we enter the code that we have, which is this code right here, paste it in there and continue, it's gonna take us to the reset page. All right, so it's working perfectly, very good. Maybe in the future we'll make this code a little bit shorter. You can see that, but right now it's working really good, guys. So if you're ready to learn some more really cool stuff, stay tuned and we'll get it going. All right, you're doing very good up to this point, so I want you to feel very proud of yourself. And if you want to go ahead and toast to this occasion, go ahead and get some drinks going with your friends and with your family and celebrate, because you're learning something super cool right here. See you in the next lecture. Take care. All right, so by this point, we already know that our validation system is working. We are checking to see if the cookies expire or not. We know that this validate code is working, this functionality in the code.php page. All right, so now we can go ahead and set that cookie to maybe 15 minutes. Right now, I think I had it for 15 minutes before, and I changed it to 60 because I wanted to have it expire soon. But anyway, if you don't have it in 60 seconds in this recover password, make sure that you have it for 900 seconds. That's gonna give us some time. Let me just, some more time to do our thing. All right, so 900. Let's go here, and I think we have to do it again because it's gonna say cookie expire. So we're gonna have to get some new validation code here real quick. All right, that's fine. All right, please check your email or spam folder for a reset code. That's fine. Anyway, all right, so now that we're able to validate all this data, right, we can send the user to the we can redirect the user to our reset page right here. We need to also verify that this user came from the redirect, from the code.php page in the reset page, right? So we need to send some parameters. So we're gonna keep sending some parameters. We're gonna send the email, all right? And we can concatenate that if we wanted to, or we can do it the easy way. We already have this email here cleaned up. We might need to escape it if we want to put it here, but we can escape it in the other side if we're gonna use it, right? So we're gonna send the email here like this, and we can send the validation code as well. So validation code. All right, there's another thing that we can do here to make this a little bit more secure. All right, and because this is gonna be the reset page where we are going to reset the password. Let me show you, and we were there already, but reset page. We need to make sure that whoever comes and tries to reset a password, not only are we going to catch the parameters here, but we want to make sure that this form is being, that this data is being submitted from this page alone. All right, and for that we have a token generator, right? We have this functionality that we can hide in the input. So let's go to that reset.php and do that. Remember, in all your pages, even if you're not needing it, make sure that you put your display message, all right, where you think you're gonna display some sessions. Make sure that you always have this function there. If not, you won't see messages. All right, so I'm always gonna put it there even if I don't have it, because in the future I might decide to put something there to see something, right? So anyway, reset, this is gonna be this, and we don't have no hidden input here. All right, so I believe we have a hidden input on recover right here, and we're just gonna copy this here. All right, so it's hidden, and let's go to reset. and let's hide it there as well. Let me just take this off. So right below here, before the end tag of the form, I'm gonna paste that in there, and I'm gonna name it token as well. Same thing, and I'm gonna have this token generated there. So now if I go to reset and I refresh and I look at the page source, we should have this here, this value, and we can refresh, have a different value. All right. All right. Beautiful, beautiful, beautiful. Da-da-da-da. All right, so we send in the email. All right, we send in the code, the validation code, and then we have that token generator that we can, that cookie. All right, so let's actually, let's go and let's go to a function real quick here. And I think we have that cookie right here. All right. And we can also set some expiration there on that page, expiration date. All right. So I'm just thinking to see where we can put this. Let's actually do it right here before we redirect. All right. And we're gonna set a temp access code again. We're gonna set it to 15 minutes for the reset page. No, they should have less time there. All right, and they should have at least 5 minutes. So that would be 300 seconds. All right, probably less than that, but we're gonna leave it for 5 minutes because we need some time. All right. All right, so validation code. All right. So now all we got to do is create a new function to reset the password and catch that data there and see if it works. Okay, so this is going to be called password reset function. All right, password reset, and we're gonna say if it's set email, right, and if it's set code, and we're missing this guy right here. Then we can say works, something like that. We're just gonna put it, so we're gonna set it up, but we're gonna test it on the next lecture. Okay, right here. All right, so if we have any errors, make sure that you watch every lecture until the end. Don't skip anything because you never know when you're gonna miss something. All right, so anyway, thank you so much for watching. On the next lecture we'll make sure that this works and gets through, so that way we can process all that information. All right, thank you so much, and I'll see you in the next lecture. All right, welcome back, my dear student. So let's actually try to get some data from the last functionality that we created, which was the password reset function. All right, but first we need to come from this here. All right, so we need to have those parameters there in place for this to work. So we need to go back to our, not this one here, our string. Hopefully this still works and it's not expired. If it is expired, we need to do it again. Enter. Okay, still works. And I'm gonna grab this little guy right here, copy it right here, and continue. All right, run validation code. See that? Oh, that's beautiful. Let's go back here and refresh, and now this should have the right validation code. Let's see. Continue. Reset page. We should put some type of message here, right? All right, so now what we need to do is make sure that we are echoing something here. We find these values, right? So Now remember that we are also setting some time, 5 minutes here for attempt access. So we need to also check on that when we do our password reset function right here. But right now we just want to see that it works. So let's go password reset. Let's go to that reset page. And right here, we're gonna paste that in there and let's check it out. Put my mouse here and enter, and it says it works. All right, now I'm not getting the same thing that I get when I'm in the recover, this placeholder there. So what I'm gonna do, I'm gonna copy this. Oh, I want to get this whole thing here. Let me see if I get something a little better than that. Right here. Take that off, take this off, and paste that in there. And there we go. I think this looks a little better. There we go. It works. It's misspelled, but it's getting that. And let's also check for the temp access, and I think we already have one here. Let's just use this one. So that would be the first check, right? All right. So we're still good here. Else, we're gonna set a message and we're gonna tell that user to something like sorry, and let's see if we got some type of message somewhere here. There we go, right here. Get that, and we're gonna say danger here. See how easy this gets? And we're gonna say something like sorry, please, sorry, your time has expired, or something like that. And we're gonna take him back to recover, or to code.php. Let's take him back to recover. Then later on we'll see we can take him back to code.php so they can submit their information again. But recover.php should be right good for now. All right, so we take him back to recover.php. They have to do that over again. You have to get their whole code again and try again. All right, and make sure that we have that display message there. That's good. All right, so once we find out that this is good, we also need to check for a validation code. All right, so if we check here, I think one of these functions is doing that code, so we can get that. See that? That's a lot of check right there. So if our token and post token are the same, then we check all this, and that's another bonus right there. All right, we just got to make sure that we have our curly brackets good, that they all match. Okay, so this one matches that else statement, this one matches that. This is for that cookie expiration day. So I'm gonna take this else out of here, and let's check it real quick. If that temp access, we got 1, 2, and 3, and 4 with the function. So we're good with them right here. But this one here needs to be with the else statement right there. Beautiful. So now if we go back, it should be telling us to go back. You see that? Sorry, your time has expired. All right, perfect. Make sure yours is good as well. All right, so now that we have all this information, then we can start allowing them to reset their password, and we're gonna start working on that on the next lecture. Beautiful. So organize your code, make sure that you got the right curly brackets here on the right place, and we're good. All right, perfect. You're doing very good if you're following me. If you're not following me, you're gonna get lost. I'm not explaining, I'm not holding by the hand too much in this last lectures, because what? You already are a professional in PHP. See you in the next lecture. Very good. All right, welcome back, my dear student. So it's time for us to start checking to see if we get some type of response from here, right? Because we're doing a lot of checks right now, and we're checking for the expiration, we're checking for the token inside the form, just to make sure that that whatever data we're getting comes from that form, and we're also checking for the URL for the get request, email and code, right? I'm gonna make a little bit of modification here. What I'm gonna do is we want to check for this one before we check for the token, because this one's gonna be available before. All right, so that's how I'm gonna do it now, and then if we get the token, then we can process the form. All right, but here we also got to make sure that know that this is not going to be available to us unless we submit the form. All right, so keep that in mind. All right, so in order for us not to get an error, we need to do an if set here, and then make sure that we compare it. All right, but let's do this first. Let's go to our recover and get some new validation code, so that way we can test this out. All right, so let's go and say one@gmail.com. All right, so we got that. Let's go to our table and let's just quickly refresh here. We get this new validation. Let's double click it and get it. Let's come back to our text file, and let's get, we don't need all this stuff here. Let's just replace this one here real quick with a new code. All right, you see how easy this is now, right? Come back here and paste it in the browser and enter. Now we can enter our code, right? So now we can go and do this. We can also trim this just in case they make a mistake in typing a space or something when they're pasting it. We can do that as well, right guys? You know that. Let's just click continue, and you see we get this undefined token. It's because we are trying to use it when it's not actually set yet. So what we can do with that is we can create an if set for that specific person right here. Well, not person, functionality person. I'm calling this guy a person already, and I'm calling him a guy. Him? Oh, stop. Jeez, I'm already getting too friendly with the code. All right, guys, don't do that, please. Don't get too friendly. So anyway, we check to see if this is set, and we also check in to see if the token is set, and then we're saying and post token is equal to session token. All right, so we could divide this a little bit, all right, and compare it. So we can do this like this. We can do this so that way it can be a little clearer to you. And then if it's set, we can do it like this. Well, like that. All right, and of course we need this one here. Make sure that you have your 1, 2, 3, 4, and 5 down here. So 1, 2, 3, 4, and 5. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. We got these two here. We got those. We got this one there. And this is the temp access code right here. So we're good. We are good. and then we can echo it works. All right, this is when we write something on that form. Let's look at it real quick. Enter. We don't get no errors. It works. Look at that. All right, beautiful. So now we can write our reset here. All right, query. So we can say if, or not if, we could select, we can update users, right? And we can set the password equal to, and let's escape that real quick. We got the password coming from the form from reset, so we can do this. So if this is available, that means the form was submitted. All right, so that's okay. And password. All right, so we can update the password, but we got to do another check before. We got to make sure that these two fields match. Okay, but let's do this query first, where email equals email. We'll check this out real quick. All right, so before we do that, let's compare the fields here. But we also got to do something else. I forgot that this password needs to be whatchamacallit? We need to verify this password, but this is an encrypted password, right? So that's another thing that we got to do. But let's just do these two things first. If this password field is equal to that confirm right here. All right, and as a matter of fact, we need to take it out. We haven't converted this into variables yet, so we need to use the post super global to do this password. And let's just put this as a placeholder there. So if this is equal to this guy right here, and that's going to be right here. Then we can do this. Let's test this real quick. All right. This is starting to be very secure, right, guys? Crazy secure. Passwords match. All right, let's check it out. If hopefully our cookie is not expired. Let's make this cookie expire a little bit later, guys. Seriously. So let's go to functions, and mine is set to 5 minutes. Let's set this to 15 minutes. This is in the validate code. All right, perfect. So let's go to one at Gmail. All right, and let's come back here and refresh. Validation code. All right, paste it. Let's check it. Then we paste that here in the URL, enter the same routine that we've been doing. Paste this here, continue. We are good to go here. And now let's just say 1, 2, and 3, 1, 2, and 3, enter. Passwords match. All right, so we're good to this point here, right? We're gonna cut the video here and we're gonna finish on the next lecture. Okay, I think we have been doing very good. We need to encrypt the password. So if you want to go ahead and do that, encrypt the password, compare it, and if everything is good, then we can go ahead and update the user, right? Well, we don't have to compare it from the database, to be honest with you, because what we're doing is creating a new password. So all we got to do is encrypt the new password and then update whatever we have inside the table. So if you want to go ahead and do that, go ahead and do that. You're doing very good if you're following me to this point. See you in the next lecture. Oh, all right, so in the last lecture we got this working pretty good, right? Passwords match. All right, it's time for us to do the big things. Beautiful. So now the first thing that we need to do is encrypt the password, right? Let's call this updated password. Actually, I think it's gonna be better than calling it just password. That way we can differentiate it from this password right here, from the password from the form. So anyway, let's go ahead and grab this guy right here and do this. All right, now let's uncomment this guy right here, and we are going to be using this and escaping it. We're gonna just replace this one for the updated one. All right, and we're using a variable here, and we already have, do we have a variable? No, we don't have that email variable anywhere. So we need to, we're getting a get request as an email, so we can use the get request. All right, there we go. Perfect. So once we do that, all we have to do is make sure that we send the query in, SQL, confirm it, just to make sure that, actually we don't need to confirm it. Once we send it in, we're good to go. All right, and let's see it in action before our cookie expire, right? So let's write this secret reset. All right, let's see, we got something in the database. All right, so this is a, oops, this is our password now, phpebe69. Refresh. All right, it looks like we have the same password. We need to set this validation to something else. I think I refreshed when I clicked here, but let's just see if we can log in. All right, log in .php, enter. Let's write the email and let's just say secret login. So we are able to log in with a new password, so it is working. All right, that means that I click on this link here and it just sent another request here and refresh, and we got, and this changed. You can pause the video and look at it again. So this probably was another password before any change. Another thing that we need to do is we need to set this validation to 0. All right, so we're gonna see this in action again. So we set the password to that new updated password, and we are also gonna put a little comma here, and we're gonna set that validation code to 0. All right, we have to do that. And then after we're done here, we could set a message. And actually, I think we have a message here. We can write a function in the future for that if we wanted to, like a successful message or something like that. Well, that's okay. Or we can put this inside the set message, this p tags. That's okay. So we're gonna say your password has been updated. Please log in. And we're gonna send this person or to the login page. Redirect login.php. That's beautiful, isn't it? That's a really nice piece of code there. Make sure that you write your contents and your comments here, so that way you know exactly what's going on. All right, all right. Make sure you have your code really organized. That's a really good thing to have. Anyway, let's log out and let's go to our recover page. Click here. Let's go one@gmail. Our new validation code. Let's refresh. All right, double click here, copy it, paste that code in our text editor, copy this. You probably have the hang of it already, right? And paste it here, enter, get the code again, paste it here, continue, and we can reset our password. And this is gonna be crazy. So right now, I'm just gonna write my name, Edwin, reset. Your password has been updated. Please log in. Now we got to change the color of this because this is like a red color. We want to have something like green, but we know that it is working. And now if I type in 1 and I say some other password here, log in, your credentials are not correct. Let's do 1 and then my name, Edwin. Voila. And now if we come back to our database, we can see that the password starts with 5E and ends with 69. If we refresh, the password starts now with AE and ends with D2, and the validation code is 0 again. Look at that, huh? Isn't that cool, guys? We are actually making a lot. We have made a lot of progress, and we have created a really awesome application, a login and registration application. Now all we got to do is just make it better with time. Little by little, we'll make it better, more flexible, quicker, with less code. We'll refactor some of it if we have to. And sky's the limit with something like this. With the knowledge that you learn in this course here, you can build any really cool login and registration system for any application out there based on PHP and MySQL. Good job. Thank you so much, and I'll see you in the next lectures. Take care. All right, welcome back, my dear student. So it's time for us to, to not fix a couple bugs, but to improve our application a little bit. Now, in the forgot password page right here in the recover.php, we're not doing anything with this cancel button here, right? It's not taking us to somewhere else. It's actually refreshing the page, and we don't want to do that. So we're going to fix that, add that functionality. See that? We don't want that to happen, all right? We want this to go somewhere. And we are also going to, let me go back to it. We also want this logout.php to be able to not be here unless we are logged in. All right. So let's fix that. Right now, when you have a problem like this and you're trying to refresh back, you're trying to go back and forth, and you have that confirm refresh, confirm reload page error that we got on the last one. I'll show you right now. Right here, confirm resubmission. That's the browser. All right, this is a functionality of some browsers, especially Chrome, that will trying to confirm with you if you want to resubmit the form. Right, if they find out that this is not something that you they're just trying to verify if you really want to resubmit the form. So this is the functionality of the browser. For that not to happen, what you want to do is you want to refresh the same page. You want to do a redirect to the same page, so that way you don't get that error. But anyway, let's go and get this functionality going. So that is in recover.php. Let's go now recover and recover underscore password. That's where the functionality is. So if we get a post request, we got to do inside this post request. So I think we can do it right here. So if it's set, and I believe that post super global value is cancel submit, cancel underscore submit. Let's go and look at it real quick, but I'm almost sure that that's what it is. So let's go to recover.php and cancel submit. All right, we got to change it to underscore. I like underscores like this. Only IDs and classes I leave with a hyphen. All right. So let's make sure, all right, that we got it correctly and paste that in there. So if they click on that, let's just take them back to index.php. All right. Or actually login.php. That's where they came from, right? If they click on this, login.php. Let's see this in action. Refresh, click on it, and now it takes us back to login.php. So that's one thing. Now the next thing that we need to do is this logout. All right, that's really easy to fit. I mean, not fit, but to add the functionality. Let's go to nav, and right here nav, we are only going to show this if and our logout functionality it's present. If we are logged in. So let's do this. If, all right, and as a matter of fact, let's use this shorthand syntax, and let me show you if you don't know about it. I like to show my students new stuff. You probably already know that, but from my other courses. All right, and then and if, like this. And now we can put the HTML in right in the middle. It's a shorthand syntax for if statements. We can use this for loops as well. So if we are logged in, then we can show this. So let's go back here and let's refresh. You can see that it's not there. So let's log in. And I believe the new password was my name, Edwin. Log in. And now you can see that it's showing right now, and we can log out. And now it's not showing. All right, very easy to add. Very easy. All right, what else do we need? If we had something else, let's go to register to see if that's good there. All right, we don't have this contacts. We want to be able to go to homepage admin if we are logged in. That's another thing. All right, so let's show also admin here. All right, admin.php. Let's go and show it up here. All right, we're not logged in. And Edwin, enter. Now we're showing admin. So we go to homepage, and these links are not working. So let's fix that real quick. Let's go to index on this one, PHP, and so we click on it. If you see admin still exists, and the project name should go to this one as well. And we don't have these contacts pages there. Okay. All right. Beautiful. All right, we're still logged in. Another thing that we don't want to see is the login.php if we are logged in, right? Somebody's logged in here. We don't want to see this page if we are logged in, right? So we can also check on that real quick. So let's go to login.php, and we can do something up here. So we're gonna say if we are logged in, we don't want to go here. We want to go to redirect to admin.php. All right, so enter, and now you can see that we are redirected, so we can't visit that page even if we wanted to. All right, log out. It takes us back to home, and this is where we can log in. All right, remember me, that would keep us logged in for a day. I believe that was the last time we said it, and I think we're done with the functionality. I think the next thing for us to do would be to upload this to the live server and test it there. Okay, so in the live server, we're gonna see this really in good action. Thank you so much for watching this lecture, and if you are really happy with this course, please don't forget to give me a review and send me a message and tell me that it really helped you out. That really brings me up and motivates me to keep going and making more courses for you guys. Thank you so much, and I'll see you in the next lectures. Welcome back, my dear students. So it's time for us to take our application to the web. Now, I always recommend my top company for hosting. Now, you don't have to have a hosting right now. You can just watch these lectures here and learn how to do this. But if you're curious to find out how to do this with a live server, what company is the best, then I can only recommend one company, and that is GoDaddy. If you go to edwindiaz.com, that's my personal website, and you go to resources, right here I have a special link for my students. This link was provided to me by GoDaddy, And basically this link will give you, all right, a crazy discount. It's gonna give you hosting for $1 a month, all right? It's gonna give you a free domain, and you're gonna have cPanel installed, which is a software that we use to do a whole bunch of things, all right? And we set it up like this. We click on the first one, and it says for one domain there, but don't worry about it, because in one domain we can set up multiple applications just by using folders. We know that, right? So we can say something like this, right? This is how we can set it up, and I'll show you right now that this is really truly an amazing thing. We get it for $12.18. All right, pretty cool stuff, right? And then they also have, we save like $86. That's what they're saying. If we are new, we click here and we write our information, and then we can even use PayPal if we wanted to. All right, and we don't even have to use our credit cards. Pretty cool stuff. Anybody would do this. So anyway, that's who I recommend. I'm gonna log in right now because I want to show you. I'm logging in the other screen because I don't want you to see my information. And it's not because I don't trust you. It's just because I don't know you. So that's the whole reason why I'm doing this. All right. So don't get upset with me if I'm doing this in the other side. That's okay. All right. So anyway, I'm logged in right now. All right. Once you log in, you click on view my account. With GoDaddy, I think once you pay, and they're gonna send you your credentials by email as well, but once you pay, you can you are logged in automatically, and you just look for my account and web hosting. You have some tabs like this, and you click on web hosting, manage right here, and that's gonna tell you, hey, listen, you want to go to your cPanel, and you're gonna say, oh yeah, sure, let's manage it. And then we're gonna go to a cPanel right here, and this is where the magic happens. There's a whole bunch of things that we can do. All right, you can set up FTP accounts, so you can log into your applications, or have other people log in. We can set up applications with one click. It has a whole bunch of things. Some companies are charging big money for this, but within my special link that I have on my website for you, you're only gonna get charged $1 a month. But anyway, so I'm gonna go to File Manager because this is where everything is, and I have some other applications here under this same domain, right? As you can see right here. So I'm gonna create a new folder. As a matter of fact, let's compress everything. So I'm gonna compress everything right here. I'll show you in a minute. We have this login here, and I'm just gonna compress it. I'm gonna right click and compress it. This is in my Mac. I'm compressing everything. As a matter of fact, I'm gonna compress everything here. Sorry about that. And it's gonna be called archive. Okay, that's fine. Archive. I'm gonna delete this one. If you are using Windows, you can just right click and zip it using some application there from Windows. We also have, I think 7-Zip is an application that you can use to zip it. 7-Zip, like this. See that? You can use this, which is free. It's a program that will zip the files for you. I'm just zipping it so that way I can make it smaller, so that way I can upload it. All right. So what I'm gonna do is I'm gonna create a folder here. I'm gonna click folder because I'm in my root directory, and that's where I want to be, on public underscore HTML. Create a folder. I'm gonna call this login underscore app, and create a new folder, and my login app right here. So now I'm gonna go and upload that file. All right, so I'm gonna say upload. I'm gonna choose where I want to upload find my login app, and it's inside login archive, open. All right, so that's complete. Another thing that we need to do is we need to go to the database. So let's go to PHP myadmin, and let's go to login. underscore login underscore db users. Let's just click on login underscore db and export. All right, so it's exported. I'm gonna put it in my desktop right here. I'm gonna come back to my cPanel. Right, this is the home page of my cPanel, and then I'm going to go to my databases, my database wizard. I'm gonna create a new database. I'm gonna call this my underscore login app db. I'm gonna copy this because I'm gonna need this information later. I'm gonna paste it here, and I'm gonna put some comments. Database setup. All right. Next step. All right, and username. My login app user. Oops. I'm just gonna call this guy my login user. That's fine. I'm gonna make sure that I put him here. I'm just gonna put db name in there. Not here, but here. And all right. Okay. And then the password, I'm gonna use their password generator there. I'm gonna copy it. I have copied it and use the password. Good. Create user. And I'm gonna put the password right here. Password. All right. Beautiful. So I'm gonna say all privileges and next step. All right, it has been completed. On the next lecture, we're gonna hook it up. All right, so we're gonna connect it and make sure that everything is working and test our application. It's gonna be pretty cool stuff. Thank you so much for watching, and I'll see you in the next lecture. All right, welcome back, my dear students. So in the last lecture, we created a database, we uploaded files. I mean, we did a lot. We compressed the files. I mean, we did a lot, right? And I show you even how to get a really huge discount with GoDaddy. It was a really good lecture, I believe so. So anyway, let's go to our cPanel here. Let's go back here and let's refresh, and we got this new archive.zip. That's the files that we downloaded from my computer. So I'm gonna extract this, and it's extracted. Now if I refresh, reload again, we should have all these files in there, and we can delete this. We don't need it anymore. There we go. Now if we go back to that application, the application should be located in my domain and then login underscore app. All right, so the domain that I got this on would be edwincodecollege.com/login underscore app. Enter. Now it's saying that it cannot connect to the database, of course, and it's because it's, you know, we don't have the right information here, right? The right stuff, the right configuration for the database. So let's go in, and inside functions, let's look for a db.php. Let's right click it. Let's just do co-edit and edit, and then we're gonna change the configurations here a little bit. All right, so we got our text file somewhere, right? We got the database name right here. We got the login user. So we're gonna grab the user first, and we're gonna replace that root with a login user, and we're gonna replace the database name. Actually, the password is the next one. Password. Copy that. Paste it right here in the middle. And what else? Not in the middle, almost in the middle. And then our login, our database name right here. Paste it in there. All right, and then save it. Come back here that's it. We're logged in, right? Beautiful. So that's the login. This is the home page. We need to go to login. So we probably need some type of link here that will allow us to log in, right? But anyway, let's go to login.php and we can see that we have our login here intact. Let's actually try to do this now. Let's say 1, and then I think the last password was Edwin, and then we can go and say login. And now it's saying MySQL num rows, expecting one parameter to be a result. So we have some type of problem here with num rows on line 9 on the db.php. So let's go back here and let's inspect that real quick. Where is it? Line 9. Huh. This is a row count and we're not getting a result from this row count. All right, and that's in login. And we didn't have that problem when we are doing it within our functions right here. Let's check it out real quick. Login.php, and we do Juan here, and we do Edwin. We don't have that problem. All right, so we got to look to see what the problem is. Let's go back, and that result row count. So we are actually making a query somewhere and this is not working. All right, we got to debug that problem. Our credentials are not correct. That's what it's saying there, but one, Edwin, enter. And of course, we don't want to keep these errors here displayed for everybody. So chances are you don't have them displayed by default. I have them displayed by default because I already created a file in my root directory. And if I go here to my home, actually not home, public_html, the root directory, you're gonna see a file called php.ini that I got right here. And if you check it, you're gonna see that I have some coding here. That's because GoDaddy lets me do that. So if I take this code out and I delete the php.ini, then those errors will not show. All right, so you probably don't have those errors by default. I have them. All right, so we got to fix this. We got to see where the problem is. The problem here is when we are trying to log in, we're not getting a result from MySQL num rows, and this has to be probably in that login functionality. So let's go back to our cPanel and our logging app real quick, and let's see if we can fix this in this video. And let's go to functions, and right here let's go edit, and let's go to logins where we log in the user, register the user, activate the user, validate the user, right here. All right, I think it's got to be somewhere here. So it row count right here, result. So this is the only place we're using row count. All right. In saying that we're not getting a result from here, what we got to do is we got to go back to that functionality here, and we got to see. So from query, we're returning result here, but we're not really assigning any results. All right, so that's not working there. So we need to assign a result to this query and then return it, right? So that's the whole reason why that might not work. So result, and then we confirm it here, and then we return the result. And that's good that we have it in this place here. That way we can. All right. Oops. All right, that should work now. So let's save it now. Confirm the result, and then we return it. All right, let's check that out now. Enter. Let's do 1, and let's do doing enter. Query fail. Okay, now we're getting through. So it's saying that the table my logging app users doesn't exist. All right, my table my logging app underscore db, and users doesn't exist. Okay, so we don't have a table there. That's what it's saying. So we need to import that table. That's something that we are forgetting. So we need to go back to our cPanel. Let's see if we can get back from there. And I'm clicking return home. I click return home on that page. I thought it was going to take me to my personal account. That's why I moved the screen. So we need to have that users table. Let's go to PHP my admin. All right, now that we have that table, that database, we're going to look for it right here, my logging app underscore db, and we're going to create that. Actually, we're not going to create anything. We're going to import that table. That table should be in our desktop, logging underscore db. Remember that? Logging underscore db.sql, and that's the extension, .sql. All right, and then we click go, and that's beautiful. That is beautiful. Now we should get this working. So now if we go to our site again, enter, that's why we were getting an error. I'm glad that we got an error there, so we could fix that in that query. All right, I can take that off, so we can fix this here. I'm glad. All right, so let's go back here and let's just say Edwin and login. We are logged in now, so everything is working perfectly now. Beautiful. We log out. All right, so in the next lectures we're gonna test out some of the functionality, like the forgotten password, and we're gonna make sure that we're getting emails. All right, perfect. So we got this working now. Let's get to work on the validation with the emails. Thank you so much, and I'll see you in the next lecture. Hi, welcome back, my dear students. So I'm super excited because now is the time to find out if things are working with the email. Now, remember that the mail function in PHP is not very, very good. It's not 100%. So some email providers might put this, any email coming from the mail function into the spam folder because a lot of hackers use it to spam people. All right? A lot of spammers. So anyway, now we can test the functionality. Remember me if you want to do that. You're welcome to do that. I'm pretty sure it worked 100%, but you never know, right? So let's just test this out real quick and log in. All right, we are there. Let's shut everything down. All right, I think I'm gonna have to log into GoDaddy again. That's a pain, but that's okay. You can wait for me, right? All right, so let's do this, and Edwin Cole College login. And you can see it takes us to admin because we're still logged in. So that's working. Now, what we need to also verify that's working is the forgot password. So let's do something here with Juan here. Let's say Juan. And you know what? We gotta register the actual, like a really the right address, because if we register the wrong address, our application is gonna send the email to that address, and if it doesn't exist, we can't really click on the link, right? So let's register. I'm gonna register myself. I'm gonna put my right email information. I'm gonna go, oops, I typed in the wrong stuff here. I got another application there, so login app register.php. all right, so I'm gonna put myself in there, and I'm gonna call myself Edwin, just Edwin. That's gonna be my username. Email address is going to be support at codingfaculty. That's my website for courses, faculty.com. all right, and I'm gonna put some password that you don't know. All right, so you're welcome to put whatever password you want. I'm just gonna put a very short password here. All right, and I'm gonna register, and it says please check your email, and I'm gonna do that right now. So wait a minute, and I'm gonna see if it went through my email address so I can show it to you. Okay, and it looks like I got it. I got a whole bunch of other emails that I'm not going to show you. Oops. All right, so anyway, I'm gonna show you. Why not? I got a whole bunch of stuff here coming from Postal Service, eBay, and Voodoo, whatever. So you can see that it came from Rico 2030. all right, activate account, that's the subject, and now we got this link right here. Pretty exciting, right? We can modify this and make it better, but I already got this very, like, if I minimize it, you can see it better now. All right, so if I, now this is to the wrong place, of course, because it says localhost, so we need to modify that and make it to go to our website. All right, but I'm going to take this link here, I'm gonna right click it, I'm gonna copy that address, and I'm gonna modify that address. All right, so I'm gonna go to my text file here. We'll correct that in a minute, but we know it's working. So I'm gonna say, I'm gonna put my website address in that link right here, and like that. So it's gonna be, oops. All right, edwincodecollege.com/login app, and it's gonna be activate. There we go, and that's gonna be that. Let's see if that works out. All right, if we can activate it like that, paste it in here, enter. Your account has been activated. Oh, beautiful. That's working really good, right? I'm so happy, guys. I'm so happy. Beautiful. So now here we got to log in, right? So let me see if I remember the email. That's support and my password. And remember me, please. Log in. We're logged in. So it's working beautifully. All right? Perfect. So now that is working really good. All right? So now let's say I forgot my password, right? As a matter of fact, we're going to leave this like this. On the next lecture, we're going to check on actually the forgotten password one, right? Because we've been doing really good right now, and I don't want to really make this like 20 minutes and then something is wrong, and then I will have to go on the next lecture and do it, right? So we did good on this lecture. It's working. The only thing that I recommend is for you to go back and change this link on the application. Make sure that this localhost here says your website, all right? So go back to that function for the activate user and change that. All right, or for the register user, I believe that's where we put it. But anyway, go and change that. Anywhere you see localhost to your website, if you're doing this on the website. Thank you so much for watching, and I'll see you in the next lecture. Take care. All right, so in this lecture, we are going to be correcting the address where we send the emails, all right? So I just want to do that. Make sure that you have it done already in your side. I'm going to go to functions, and then I'm going to edit the function. I want to correct it right in front of you so that way you know exactly where it is, but you should know this. I just want to make sure that you do. All right, so I'm gonna do Control F and Command F just to find this function right here where we are sending this. You see this? All right, so I'm gonna paste whatever I had, my URL, and that's gonna send it straight. It's gonna give me this the link that I'm looking for. Save changes. That's it. I'm good there. All right, we can close that. All right, so now the next thing that I want to check on this here is the forgot password. Now we also need to make sure that this recovered sends the right email address as well. So actually we need to go back to there. Let's see if we can go edit this again. And this should be in the recovered side. So let's do Command F and let's look for localhost. All right, as you can see, we have it right here. So I'm going to, this is for recover password. So there we go. Localhost. And this one was not set correctly before. I'm gonna paste that same code in there, and it's gonna go to my right address. Save it. All right, so now we should be good. Let's refresh here. No errors. Refresh here. Good. All right, so now I want to actually modify, well, let's say I lost my password, right? So I'm gonna type it in here, and I gotta type in the password that probably doesn't exist. So let's see what we get here. This email does not exist. Okay, I just like to see some errors, guys. codingfaculty.com. Send this, and please check your spam folder for that. And surely enough, we got it right here. Please reset your password. We click on it and we got this link right here. We can modify this. This is the code here. Here's your password reset code. All right, and we also have it on the URL. But let's right click, and we see we are able to get in this, and we can get this code right here. And we can put some strong HTML tags in here just to make this bold. All right, and let's paste the code right in here and click continue. Now we are able to reset our password, and I'm gonna make this something else. All right, so my new password is going to be Edwin 1, 2, and 3. Edwin 1, 2, and 3, and 4. All right, that came back here and it was wrong. So my password did not match, but we didn't get that error there. Let's just do it again. 1, 2, 3, and 4. Actually, hold on. 1, 2, and Edwin, and then 1, 2, and 3, and then Edwin 1, 2, and 3. Reset. That went through. So we have to work, and I already changed the color in this. So if you haven't changed it, change it to green. So we have to work on that verification to make sure that that's actually being echoed. All right, print it. But anyway, the good thing is that it works. And now we can go ahead and say support faculty, and we can type in some crazy password. It says credentials are not good. And if we come here and we type in the right password, Edwin 1, 2, and 3, login, voila. Our registration system is complete. All right, beautiful. We can log in again, and we can keep logged in anytime we want. Pretty cool stuff, right? So if you're happy, please rate this course. Thank you so much for being my student. And if I have anything else to add, I will keep adding lectures. You know that I'm always adding lectures. If you're taking some other courses that I have, you know that I always add lectures just to make my courses better. And you always keep learning with me. If I learn something new, I'll show it to you. And some of you, when you learn something new, you of course post it in the discussion board, which is pretty cool. Thank you so much for watching. And I'll see you maybe in the next extra lectures, or I see you in the next course. Take care. All right, welcome back, my dear students. So I decided to add another lecture here. And now we are at functions.php, and I'm in password_reset. So we saw that when I was showing you in the live server about, reset, when we were resetting the password, I typed in the wrong password in the second field, and the password confirmed in the confirmed password field input, and it didn't give us any errors, anything or anything like that. So it would be nice if we get some type of errors. So we're gonna add that right now. So make sure that whatever I show you in the local environment, you update it in your live server, and whatever I show you in live server, you update in your local environment. All right, just in case you're doing both. But if you do only one, all your code is gonna be here. Anyway, so if the password don't match, we're gonna do an else. We're gonna echo out some validation errors. All right, simple as that. Echo validation errors, and we're just gonna echo something like password fields don't match, just in case. All right, and we're not gonna test that because I'm pretty sure they worked. But what you want to do is you want to add this to your live server. All right, so make sure that you add that to your live environment in your functions right here. All right, and that's gonna go in the password reset. All right, all the way down. You see this right here? All right, right here. Let's make sure this is that next tag after redirect. It is, and we're just gonna paste that in there like this and save it. All right, and that should work 100% there. All right, I just wanted for you to be sure that you add that, so that way you get some verification there if they don't match or anything or something like that. Perfect. So anyway, thank you so much for watching my lectures, and if I have something to add, or you have some type of some functionality you want to see added to the course, please post it in the discussion board, and I'll see you soon. Take care. All right, welcome back, my dear student. So there is something that I would like to change here in the application. So I'm gonna go to where we can find. I already updated all my code here. So I got all those links that are being sent in the email. I got to replace with the localhost. I got to replace with my website that I'm using. All right, so what I want to change is this: if not send email, I want to change that, and I just want to, because I know it's working, excuse me, and I just want to change that. All right, I wanted to show that in the localhost, but right now I don't want to show it here. All right, so we change that here, and we make sure that we change it in the live server for those of you that have this in the live server. All right, so remove that, and let's just paste the good one here or something just to make sure, and save it. All right, beautiful. Make sure that you put your comments here, all right, guys? So this is the function.php in the live server, by the way, all right? This is where all our functionality is. Anyway, thank you so much for watching, and that's all I wanted to change on this one here. And you know, the more we change things, the better we make our application. So if you have any suggestions, you're welcome to let me know. Take care, and I see you in the next lecture. Have fun. Hi, welcome back, my dear students. So I'm Edwin from the future. I'm coming back just to, adjust a couple things on their application. So the first thing that I want to adjust is right here under register_user. We're missing an S right here. I want to adjust that, and I want to adjust this no reply. I want to make sure that we have the right link. All right. So in the last lectures, I already corrected all this, and make sure that you, if you're using a live server, that you put your website there. So it's gonna be something like this. Like that, no reply. All right, and I'm gonna correct the next one, so I'm gonna look for that no reply right here. There we go, actually right there, like that. All right, and make sure that both of them say headers. All right, so we're done, right? That was easy. Thank you so much for watching, and again, this is Edwin from the future, and you'll see me around when we need to add some more new lectures or we need to fix some issues. You're the best student in the world because you're taking my course. Thank you. See you in the next lecture. Hi, welcome back, my dear student. This is Edwin from the future. We are creating this new section here to fix bugs in the application. Not every application is perfect, and one of the best part, in my case, in my opinion, is debugging your application and making it better, right? So in this lecture here, we're going to be fixing a little bug, well, a little typo that I have on some of the functions. So let me show you what it is. So let's go to find And any editor, you can have a find functionality, right? I'm gonna find this plus symbol, but in reality, let's look for MD5. All right, let's look for another MD5. And as you can see right here, MD5 takes a string parameter, all right, to make your password, to hash your password. Right here, what the problem is that we're using a plus symbol to concatenate this. And if we really wanted to concatenate this, we use a dot notation, right? It still works, but it adds basically the string to the micro time function. So the correct way of doing it is with the dot notation, all right? Let's go to the next one. And MD5 here is good. Here we have another one. And this is in the recover password function. Let's go again. And it looks like that's it. All right, so in the register user function and the recover function is a problem, right? Recover password. Make sure you have those down notations there, right? Anyway, thank you so much for watching. And some of you already gave me reviews. I really appreciate that very much, that you took the time to express how you feel about this course. For those of you that gave me really good reviews, thank you so much. Without you, I wouldn't be here. I wouldn't have motivation to wake up in the morning or at nighttime and make these courses here as best as I can. I try my best to do these courses so that way you guys can benefit. Anyway, thank you so much again, and I'll see you in the next lectures. Take care.
All right, my dear students, is the end of the course for now. Now, I know you're sad, and I know you probably want some more, but this is the end of this course. It doesn't mean that it's the end of my courses. I got a whole bunch of courses that you probably can use right now for your skill sets. From JavaScript, from PHP object-oriented programming, from Python. You want it, I got it. All right. So just in case, make sure that you check out my profile. All right. If you were 100% happy with this course, please give a 5-star review. I would really appreciate it, and it will also help other students find this course. Now, if for some reason you were not happy at all, or maybe not 100% happy, let me know, and maybe I could fix the course and make you 100% happy and make other students 100% happy. Lastly, I want to thank you so much for taking the time to visit me to take this course. Thank you. Thank you for spending your funds, for spending your time, and for your trust, because I really appreciate it. If there is anything I can help you with, please make sure that you contact me. Again, thank you, and I'll see you in the next course. Hi, welcome back, my dear students. So, I came back to add some more content to the course. Now, we're going to be adding a couple more features and a couple more different functionalities in this course. One of the first things that I want to do, starting with this section here, is to add a better email service. Basically, some email functionality that is actually going to deliver the email each and every time somebody registers in your application. We want to make sure that that email gets there. Natively, we are using the mail function. That's not very reliable. Let me show you the functionality here. If we look for the function send email, you know that we are using this function to return the mail function from PHP, the native one, right? This is what we're doing here. Oh, and by the way, I'm using a different editor. I hope you don't mind. You can keep using the same editor. I'm using PHP Storm here just because this application is getting bigger by the moment, and sometimes it's better to have an IDE when your application is getting bigger. We started this course when the application was really small, and little by little it's just getting a little bigger. So I'm using an IDE. I hope you don't mind. You can still use Sublime. It's still fine. Brackets, whatever you want. But anyway, so let's start thinking what we are going to be using as a mail functionality for our course. And I'm thinking we got to use, and I want to use a mail PHP mailer. Now, if you look at PHP mailer, some of you probably already very familiar with it. It's a library, okay? It's the library for sending email, the classic one, the most popular one for PHP, okay? As you can see here. Now, we're gonna be downloading this in a different way. You can come here to the GitHub page, and you can, of course, download the zip, okay? And you can come back here, and you can go ahead and do it this way. Okay, now you're gonna have different classes here that we are going to be including in our project to make this work. So this is the mailer class right here, and there's a couple examples here on how to use that. Okay, as you can see, it has an index page there, and you're welcome to click on that and read some more code examples here. Okay, what I'm going to be doing here in this course is we're going to be using Composer, and this is it's about time that I show you about Composer. Composer is a dependency manager for PHP. It's a program that we are going to be installing in our computer. In this case, it could be a server to install PHP dependencies. Okay, now it's very straightforward. You go ahead and click on download when you go to their page, and if you have a Mac, you follow this instruction. If you have a window, it will show you the instructions for a Windows machine or whatever operating system you're using, and there's a bunch of documentation. If you have any issues installing Composer, which you shouldn't, but if you do, I have a pretty good course, I believe, in my website, codingfaculty.com, and it's a free course. You can register and learn. You just click on free courses and click on PHP advanced tools and enroll, and that will show you how to install things with Composer, how to use it in your project. Okay, so let's get going real quick in the next lecture. I'm also going to be using MAMP. Okay, and it doesn't matter if you use XAMPP or MAMP as long as PHP is working. Welcome back, my dear students. So let's go ahead and start this right away. So what I'm going to do is I want to go to the GitHub page and see a sample on how this is done, right? So we're going to first require the class. We're going to instantiate it. We're going to use the properties and methods, whatever it has here. Really cool and very simple. And we're going to be doing this using Composer. Of course, we create a composer.json. We place that value in there and run the program. If you don't have Composer, remember that you can go ahead and learn how to install it in codingfaculty.com if you look for the free courses there. Okay, so we can use this command with Composer in our in our terminal. Okay, if you go to terminal in your project, you can see you have to go to where your project is located. In my case, it's located in application, MAMP, htdocs, and then the name of my folder. This is where you're going to be running your Composer commands. Now remember that when you run Composer, if you install it, if you run Composer, you're supposed to type in Composer, and if you get one of these retro text here, then it's installed globally. If it's not installed globally, you're gonna have to type composer.phar, okay? But anyway, go ahead and learn and install Composer. It should be very, very straightforward, okay? Then we are also going to be using this fake email, fake SMTP testing server, okay? And so go ahead and sign up for that. It's free, by the way, and I'll show you in a bit all the configurations that we have to set up there. Basically, the way we're going to be setting it up is that we're going to be really sending emails, but to a different server, not to our email provider. But we can, of course, just replace the configurations, and that's it. For those of you that have Windows, make sure that if you want a really nice terminal, very similar to what I'm doing, which is Linux based, download Git, and then you're gonna have an icon on your desktop, and you can just double click it there and open your command prompt. I'm using PHP Storm, and I have my terminal down here, so it's just a little bit more comfortable. But this is basically the same thing as having the terminal, opening the terminal from a different place. Okay, the same thing. It just wraps around that. So anyway, so how can we start this? Well, first of all, we need Composer. I'm gonna be using a command called require. So we type in the name of the program, Composer, require, and then PHP mailer / PHP mailer. So the author and the package and the name. So once I do that, it's going to download it. Automatically, you're going to see that that command is going to create a composer.json file. We don't have to create it manually. We could if we wanted to, and then write the JSON data. And this is where all your dependencies will be located, like this. And then you will have another one and another one that's separated by a comma, right? So it creates a lock file as well. This is for version documentation here. And if we go to here, you can see that it created another folder called vendor. And this is where all your packages would be downloaded to when you use Composer. So Composer, of course, you got that one. PHP Mailer, that's the one we got now. So if you want to use this package, you will have to go, usually you will have to go to this folder, and then you will have to um, require this autoload, okay, file. And once you require that, that's going to be allow you to use that program. So in functions, we would go ahead and require that if we wanted to use it. Okay, what I want to do right now is I want to require using Composer, because if we use a Composer, we require a file that Composer has here that's called autoload. We can actually define that every time we're going to use any of these classes in the vendor directory, okay, we don't have to require. This autoload is going to require all those classes automatically for us. Okay, so let's go and use that autoload from Composer instead of using requiring every class manually. So this is actually require, and the dot, because I know it's in the vendor autoload.php. So this is in functions. Actually, my ID is telling me that it's actually there. Let's go back here. Let's go to line 1. In my case, line 144. And let's go and go to our GitHub page and look at the sample they got there. This is sample stuff they got. And of course, make sure that you instantiate that object, that class, with a PHP mailer like this. You can do that if you're not passing parameters. And you can leave this here, but I'm going to delete it. It's very clear to know what it's doing, right? But you can leave it there. It's up to you. And what else do we need? Well, we need to check. We need these lines here. I'm gonna paste that in there real quick. So here you would type in your host name, and in our case, this is going to be smtp dot mailtrap, because that is the program that we're going to be using, the server, our testing server. And the port is going to be 2525, and then we need our username and we need our password. Okay, so we're gonna leave that like that. Shouldn't be a problem with this. So what I want to do, instead of echoing here, I'm going to return true if this works. Oops. And of course, oh, false. Well, we can just return the error if we wanted to, but I'm gonna comment that out so you have it. And I'm just gonna echo message sent. We're gonna return false later, but that's fine. Okay. We just want to get this working real quick. Let's see. I got a It's missing a return statement. So anyway, that's my IDE telling me that it is. Let's just, you know what? Let's do it like this for now. So let's go to Mailtrap on the next lecture and get our setting, our username and password. Okay, thank you so much, and I'll see you in the next lecture. Welcome back, my dear students. So in the last lecture, we started to set up this configurations here for our PHP mailer. On this lecture, we're gonna go to Mailtrap. I hope you register already. And I got a free account, as you can see here, nothing much. And I'm gonna grab my username and I'm gonna place it right here. Let's go back and get the password. Simple as that. Okay. There's not much else that we need here. Let's see. So we got the host. We got this. I always like to have this like somewhere down here. I like to have my main information on top. So we got the host, we got the username, uh, the port, true, TLS, that's fine. We got the subject, the body. You know what? You know what I like to actually set? Where is the email coming from? That's something super important, right? So I think they do have a set from, there we go. And now I'm gonna say it's from coding faculty. Okay. And I can even put my name here. I think it has a second parameter that works very good. If I'm not mistaken, but it should be good. I haven't used it in a while since I got all this set up with templates and all that stuff. And I use a lot of frameworks, but that's because I know what I'm doing, guys. If you are new to PHP, I don't recommend using a framework right away, okay? We can add an address here and that. That could be whatever address is coming through. Basically, that is the recipient. And so I have these two here. What else? As you can see, the methods in my IDE, they are actually highlighted in green. Okay, and the properties are just white. So I got the subject, I got the body, I got some out body. This is for non-HTML clients. If you want that, you can have it. That's fine. So now this looks like our function is ready to send a email. Okay, so now everywhere we have this, we can send an email, right? Well, let's try this. Let's actually create some type of test file in our login somewhere. So let's see if, let's see, test.php. Let's open this up and let's include our functions, right? So require, remember where it is in, I believe it was in functions, and then functions.php. Okay, and what else we need? We need we need to require, super important, the vendor, excuse me, auto load. There we go. To auto load our class. And now we can go ahead and send the email. Let's see the parameters that it has: email, subject, and message. So in reality, we don't need to put this now because we are sending, as you can see, we got all these static text here and so on and so on. And I'm gonna send everything static for now, because what we're going to be doing later on is we're going to be setting up a classes directory with a class inside, and then we're going to be requiring that, because that's where we're going to be putting our configurations. We don't want to put our configurations in the functions files. Okay, so later on we're going to do that, but for now we're just going to do tests at Gmail, whatever. Right now we're just going to test things out and see if they work. Okay, so as a matter of fact, I'm going to leave this to you. Go ahead and try to make this work. I want you to run through some issues. Maybe, hopefully not, but if you run through some issues, try to figure that out by yourself. And I'll see you in the next lecture. Let's see if we can get this to work. Welcome back, my dear students. So, hopefully you got this to work. If not, remember that this function might have not worked because it's expecting parameters. And as you can see, it says require parameter email. So it's expecting parameters. And I'm going to put here on this function some default parameters. Okay, so it doesn't give me that error when I go to use it. I'm going to put no for all of them. And no. Oops. So this is just in case nothing is there, we don't get an error now. And now when we go back to test, it shouldn't be there. So that's good. Our IDE is actually helping us. This IDE is helping me ahead of time. So let's go to this file and it says vendor failed to open such file directory. So this is not working and it's not working. Let's go back here, and we are in the right directory here, but this same email probably it's not. So I mean the autoload here. Let's go and put that there. This is where my IDE I think is messing with me. And as you can see, it's doing something and it says message has been sent. So my IDE, okay, was not telling me the truth in that first um, debugging. But anyway, so here is the email. As you can see, we got the email. This is the HTML message in the body and in bold. That's what it's saying here. But anyway, so you can see we got the email and we got it. We got the where it's coming from here. And as you can see, we also have the subject. We're getting a lot of things here. Pretty cool stuff, right? Oh, and by the way, you see that the from with my name and then the email. So get this to work. Make sure it's working in your project successfully by creating a test file. And then once we get it successfully working, we can start cleaning this up a little bit in the functions file. So let's go ahead, go to our send email and make sure that we replace the static value with real values coming from a class. Okay, this is what we got to do now. And I'm going to start replacing the subject with a variable. Okay, subject that is coming in this function like this here. Then we want to replace this with the email variable. What else we got? The message, which is MSG. This would be this here. And this guy here. I'm gonna leave this like this for now. What else? That's about it. We are not using headers. We could use headers. We could use this variable for something else. Let's say you want to pass something else to this function. You can pass it through here. Okay. So what I want to do now is create a configuration class. So let's do that real quick in this lecture. First, I want to create a directory. I'm going to call this classes. And inside this directory, I want to create a configuration class. So uppercase, the first letter is very common when you're doing object oriented. And here is when I'm going to create this configuration class. Now, I recommend naming your class the same as the file. So come back here. Let's create a class. Since I'm not going to have any HTML below, I don't have to close my PHP tags. Okay, some developers close it. That's very common, but it's also common not to close it. So now there is a class variable definition or a constant definition that you probably have not seen yet, which is const. Okay, this is basically the same thing as define, but in define, with this function define, you can use it to define constants, but you can pass more options. They're still working on creating more options for that constant declaration. But anyway, so SMTP host, and then here we're going to be putting the host. In our case, is SMTP .mail trap. That's what it is. .io. Then we have another constant that is going to be SMTP port, and that was going to be 2525. Then we have another one that is going to be, you know what? I'm just going to copy these guys out right here. And then this. This should be the user. Let's do password here. So let's go ahead and put this up here because I don't like the way they were there. Let's go back to functions and let's get those values for the username here. This is a string, so we place that with that. Let's get the password. Great. Keywords can be used as name in PHP. Let's go and get the what else do we need? Okay, let's what else do we need? So we got this SMTP port. Okay, and for some reason I'm getting a error here. Oh, of course. Jeez. I'm kind of playing around a lot with a lot of objects, so I'm so used to defining keys and values that kind of not forgetting, but sometimes I place the commas there when I'm not supposed to. So anyway, um, so we got this going here. Let's see if we can replace this now with our values from that file. Do we have autoload here? We do have autoload, so we need to actually include this class in that configure in composer.json. So let's actually go to our composer.json and we are going to create a map. So the way we do this is we come here real quick and then we create this And now this class map is going, we are going to be mapping where we want Composer to include the classes, what place we want him or the program to look for, okay, for these classes. And of course, it's saying that expected. Oh, it's a semicolon. We got it here somewhere. Oh, you know what? This actually takes an array now that I remember, if I'm not mistaken. Yep, it's an array. And then we come here and then we can include that directory. Okay. So we're good to go here. There's nothing else that we need. Let's go back to functions. That's good. Here is good. So let's bring those values here. So let's come here. And there's a couple ways of doing it. I like to use this. I like to use my config class name. Statically, we're going to bring those values like this. Okay. Now we're going to do the same thing for the password. And the same thing for the port. And the same thing for the host. Oh, this is supposed to be username. Let me go back to configuration. Yep, that's fine. So now let's go back to our testing file and let's see if we can send another email. So I'm gonna come back here and actually we will need to actually send some type of values to our test files. Copy that. So the first thing is the email. I'm gonna say Edwin@gmail. I'm gonna change it up a little bit. I'm going to put the next parameter saying testing updated. Then the other one, some message. Okay, let's see if that works. We wrote a lot of code here, so hopefully it works. Let's go back here and test, and class config now found. Oh, one thing that we need to do here is we need to kind of refresh our composer by saying composer dump auto load. We're going to pass that for optimize, and let's go back here and try it again. As you can see, message send, updated, and we got our new values. Okay, hopefully you got through this one. Okay, I didn't want to make another lecture. I wanted to include everything in this lecture, so that way you guys can move on with your project. So you're welcome to rewind the video. You're welcome to ask questions. We can help you in anything that we can. We will help you if we able to. So ask and practice. I'll see you in the next lecture. Thank you. Okay, welcome back, my dear students. So what is the next step that we need to do? Well, first of all, we need to go and replace. We don't have to replace a lot of things, but we have to do just a little bit of changes. Okay, so let's go to our register. Let's look for a register function, register user, and see what's going on here. Let me open this up a little bit. So you can see that we are sending a message. We're registering the user right here, and we're using this send email function. That's okay. I mean, you know, we're still getting those parameters, okay? But as you can see here, I don't have a link. We're not gonna get a link if we use it here. So let me show you what we are getting when we are using this function. So let's go to our application, see if this works. This should be working somewhere. I mean, somehow, right? Let's come back here. Let's log in. I mean, let's come here and let's say, hey, I forgot my password. codingfaculty.com, send password. It's taking a little bit. That means it's working. It's resending our password already. And as you can see, we don't have a link here. So we need to create a link. What's happening is that our mail is being sent without any HTML. Okay, it's being sent as text, but not only that, we don't have a link here either. Okay, so we create a link. Let's go ahead and create a link real quick. And href, let's come back here and we're just gonna close that here. And let's go to the end of this and see where else we need to put that. Go ahead and just escape it here. And validation code. Just put one here and escape it. And then close it like this. Simple as that. And once that's closed, we can go ahead and say, hey, link here, something like that. This small resolution that I got sometimes can be a little daunting at first. So let's move this code a little bit. Let's break it down. Okay, this is the link here. Okay, and I'm gonna close it right here. Okay, so that's that for that. What else do we need? Well, the headers, we can use that if we wanted to, but we're not going to. Let's close this out. That way we got a little bit more space. Let's go to the next one that we are going to be adding. Activating user, we have nothing to do here. So let's look for our function, send mail. And here on the recover password, we need to also change this one. Okay. So I'm gonna copy my message code here. As you can see, I'm doing basically the same thing here. Okay. Escaping it and we went to the code page and basically we just included some HTML. Okay. What else do we need? We need to go to the next one. Let's go and send. I'm looking in my browser, in my ID. What I'm doing is Control F. Okay, guys, so that you know. Let's go to the next one where we're using this function. So we're using it at reset as well. And let me see, reset. So recover password, validate the code. There's another thing that I wanted to also change here. Let's go back to password reset. Now in this password reset, we're supposed to not only put the validation code to 0, but we are supposed to actually make this active. Okay, so we need to come back here and put a little comma and say active to 1. Okay, and this is in a password reset code. Okay, so go ahead and make sure you do that, because if you don't do that, your code is not, you would not be activating your user. Okay, so let's go and check this out real quick. I'm gonna go to map I'm gonna go to the login, and my screen is super huge. There we go. So I got a user now that has a code. Okay, we got a validation code that was sent to us, but it was sent like this. So we need another validation code. Let's go back. Forgot password, and let's do it again. Codingfaculty.com. There we go. Let's see if we got the right link this time. And as you can see, the code looks good. If I click on it, it takes me there. Okay. And now I can go ahead and paste that code here and continue. And it's telling me the validation code is wrong. So what's going on here? And we need to actually debug this. Real quick here, let's see what happens with our active guy here. We're going to refresh, and we can see that that person is active. The validation code was not deleted. So what does that mean? Let's go back to our function, and this is password reset, and it says update user escape password. And let's just make this a little bit. Validation code 0, active user 1. So let's go back, and sorry, wrong validation code. So it's not getting the validation code for some reason. Oh, because I did not get the validation code completely. There we go. Now 1, 2, 3, and 4. 1, 2, and 3. And reset. Your password has been reset. Now if I type in my email address, .com, then 1, 2, 3, 4, enter, I'm logged in. So it's working. Okay. So let's review what we did real quick. Okay. So that way you guys are in the same page. Okay, so I'm going to do Command F here, send email. Remember to have your configuration set up correctly. Let's go here to the next one and make sure that you have your message variable with the right HTML. Okay, and guys, by the way, I'm going to include this code in the course, so make sure that you download it. Okay, if you want, so that way you don't have to write all this down. And the reason why I put curly brackets, guys, and I told you that many times, is because I want to differentiate the variables from the text. You see, if I put it like this, it's very confusing for me. So I can do that with double quotes, of course. But anyway, so that's that. This is the recover password function. Okay, let's go to the next function was recover password, and register, oh, the register user one. Register user. So we got validate user registration is validating here. Let's go and look for that function. Okay, so this is where we are validating the user, registering the user, and we replace this link here with the right link, and that's good. So we're doing good. So this is a recover password and register user. In the next lecture, we're gonna also fix a couple things that I need to fix in this application. I'll see you in the next lecture. Thank you. Welcome back, my dear students. So in this lecture, what I want to do is I want to upgrade our logging application with a different password hashing system. And right now we're using, and this is the register user function, we're using MD5. MD5 is a little older. It's good to use actually password underscore hash is a newer function, is more secure. And of course, I'm doing this because one of our students actually requested this, and I want to make him happy. I want to make you happy, and let's do it. Let's actually create this. So instead of using MD5 function, we are going to be using password hash. Now, keep in mind that this function works with PHP, a newer PHP version. I believe 5.4, 5.5. If you are looking into 5.3, I don't think it works with 5.3. I'm not 100% sure. You can look it up on the php.net website, but you shouldn't be concerned too much with that. But you can actually make some type of if statement here and test for that. But anyway, so password, we pass a password. With this has a couple different parameters. So the password, the algorithm that we are going to be using, well, we're going to use this constant called bcrypt here. We also have another parameter that can be an array with options, and we're just gonna pass the cost, how tough this password is going to be. Basically, the more 10 and 12 is actually a good practice. If you make it this number too big, it's gonna take too long to hash a password. The reason why we do this is just make it harder for people to hack into our application, right? So let's go and look for the netMD5 function, login user right here. Okay, and we are gonna replace all this out with something else. Let's come back here and let's do password hash. Actually is verify. There we go. So we verify the password, the old one and the new password. Simple as that. So if, and I have this in another, if this password is good, then we just basically do what we were doing in the last session, piece of code, right? And then after that, make sure that you set the session email. We can return true. Else we return false. Okay, and this should work the same way we were doing before, right? So one thing that I have to do here, that we have to do, is register a user. But before we register a user, I believe I have the wrong URL here somewhere when we get in this link. So as you can see, I have this website here and I don't want that. What I'm gonna do is in configurations, I want to create a constant that we have this URL here, okay, for development purposes. So let's go to our configuration class and let's create this constant here. Let's call this development URL, and that's just going to be a string like this. Okay, and I also want a production one, which in this case is http Edwin Cole College, I believe it is, and I think it's logging app or something like that. Okay, let's see. Yep, that's the way it is. Okay, so let's actually include that here real quick, and we have to cut everything out here like this and like that. And now we have to bring that config and we put the development URL there just like that. Okay, and that should work good. Let's go and register a user. let's go here, like a register link here somewhere, right? But anyway, so let's register a new user. I'm gonna register a user called Jimmy, or let's call, um, it doesn't matter, right? What am I doing? And Joan at coding faculty, because he works there. I'm joking, by the way. And his password is Edwin, believe it or not. I don't know why he would have a password like that, because that's easy to crack, right? All right, so we're gonna register the user, and it looks like something good happened. Let's click here, and as you can see, your account has been activated. Please log in. Joan at coding faculty, and his password is Edwin. And then log in, and voila. Okay. So thank you very much, guys. We are done here with this functionality. I want to take the time to thank many of you that take the time to review the course, and some of you have given me such an excellent review. I really look at those, believe it or not. I don't have all the time in the world to respond to all of you, but thank you so much for giving this course such an amazing review. And I'm going to try to keep adding as much as I can. I appreciate the nice comments that you guys send me over emails, over messages. If you want to recommend something to me, private message me in this course, or get in contact with me. If you want to talk about course related stuff, go ahead and make a discussion about it. Okay, anything that has to do with the course, something that you want, like a request, or any issues you have, anything personal, send it to my email, edwin@edwindiaz.com, or edwin@codingfaculty.com, or private message me. Thank you so much, and I'll see you in the next features or in the next course. Welcome back, my dear students. So let's fix a couple things. Well, it's not so much of fixing, but adding. So let's go to our send mail function here. And when I want to add, you saw that in my email trap in the development server there for the email, we saw that we got a link, but that's not going to always be the case. Sometimes you have to be specific, and you have to tell PHP mailer to actually send HTML. So make sure that you use this method here and set this to true, pass that argument. And another thing is, I know some of you are from different countries, and you might use different, um, what you call it, might use different characters in your language, and you're gonna have things that we don't have in English. So when you want to send things like that, characters that are not English, you want to set this property, chart set, and you're gonna set this to UTF. Okay, basically this UTF encoding basically is going to it's going to have a whole bunch of character sets. Well, this character set is going to have a whole bunch of characters that are very common, okay, in many different languages. So use that, and you should be good to go.